All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of Township of Portland on May 25th, 2022. And I will start with roll call. I believe Councillor Goyda, do you go first?
Yep.
Councillor Goyda.
Present.
Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
And Councillor Ballmer.
Present.
All right, and now we'll begin our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Hoyfoss, would you be able to read the confirmation of the agenda resolution, please?
The council approves the May 25th, 2022 agenda and 2 addendums as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.7, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please?
I will.
And a seconder?
Second.
By Councillor Goyda. Okay. Any questions or comments on that? All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, now, any disclosure of pecuniary interests? Councillor Goyda?
Yes, I have item number 9.3.6, the Sunrise Site Plan Control Agreement. Due to the fact that as a member of the Board of Directors for Sunrise Therapeutic Riding Center, I will refrain from participating in decisions and discussion on this matter.
Yep. Councillor Ballmer?
I as well for the same item, as I've been identified as being providing support to that organization. So I think under our code of conduct, I would be seen as being a friend of Sunrise, so I will refrain from conversations or decision making on that matter.
Yeah, thank you. All right, consent agenda resolution, please, Ms. Whitefox.
That the consent agenda items listed for the May 25th, 2022 council meeting be received for information.
You mover for that, please?
Move.
Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Ballmer.
Yes.
All right. Councillor Goyda, any items you'd like to pull out?
Just perhaps 6.6.
6.6, okay. Councillor Spoulos,
I had that as well.
okay. Councillor Bailey
None for me.
and Councillor Ballmer.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, so we can receive the remainder of those. All in favor for receiving the remainder of those? Councillor Goyda,
In favor, yes.
okay. Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, Councillor Goyda, 6.6.
Yeah, I know that there was staff in their correspondence provided some thoughts on the delegations. But given the current work that's currently underway with allocating growth in the township and some of the challenges, and then we also have the written delegation on today's agenda, the public meeting this evening. I was wondering if the county and the township could or should delegate together on this matter. I'm not sure if that's something that's common practice. Just thought I would inquire about that.
Okay. I don't believe that in the past we've delegated together, but that's definitely not out of the question. I'll let Councillor Spoulos speak to this as well.
I believe we have delegated in the past on matters together, or at least we had somebody from the county planning attend. But as far as I'm concerned, I think we should at least put our names in the roster right now. In other words, ask for delegation with respect to this matter. It'd be easier to cancel it than try to book it at a later date.
I'm comfortable with that. Okay, so Mr. Schwendinger.
Yeah, thank you. got a update this morning from the county as to where things are at with regards to the OP that they're working on. And as council will recall, there's the special situation for Puss Lunch. So I can just briefly tell you that what was indicated to me was they circulated the amendment to the province in October, but they haven't received comments yet. And now the election was called, so they're not going to be getting any comments from them. It's going to be going to county council on Thursday. And if county council approves the recommendations, they'll adopt it and send it forward to the province for approval. So then we would be hearing something from the province at that time. So that's just the latest update that I have that I can share with you.
So I think putting in for the delegation, and as Councillor Spoolis mentioned, we could cancel it if the province declines what we're proposing. Then we could go and advocate for them to reverse that decision. And if they do approve it, then we can either cancel the delegation, or if we have something other comes up, we can modify it. Does that work for council? Yeah. Councillor Bummer, any comments?
No, I agree.
Okay. So do we need a resolution to submit that delegation?
That'd be good, yes.
All right, somebody want to move that?
Sure, I'll move that the township, in conjunction with the county, put a delegation request to the AMO conference with respect to the growth options for Puss Lunch.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Goida. All right, any further comments before we call the vote? No, all in favor? Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Bummer.
In favor.
All right, so that takes us right through consents, right? Ms. Whitefox, the resolution for these written delegations, please.
So, Mr. Chair, I have them listed separately, but we could receive them together, whichever you prefer.
However you've prepared it, I'm fine with.
Right, so I have them separately, with the first being that council received the written delegation by Dave Book, President, DRS Development, regarding Phase 2 Municipal Comprehensive Review Report, specifically on the land needs assessment.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconder. Councillor Spoolis, any comments from council? Okay, I'll let Councillor Goida go first. Councillor Bummer.
Yeah, I first just wanted to thank Mr. Book for writing in the letter. It is my understanding that Puss Lunch Council and also the public will have opportunity to engage and provide some input in the next phase of the MCR as it relates to development in the secondary urban centers and the hamlets. So I think that the comments in this letter are definitely something that we can look at more closely during that process. But I just wanted to recognize and thank him for writing the letter.
Thank you, Councillor Goida. Councillor Bummer.
Did Councillor Spoolis, anybody want to go?
I just have a quick comment. I think we should send this delegation to the county planning staff, so it's on record that when we do have a fulsome discussion on the next phase, that this is in the listing of comments by residents.
Okay, that's a good idea. Councillor Bailey, I might as well go around the table now.
No, I think that's a great suggestion, getting it on the record.
All right, Councillor Bummer.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with Councillor Spoolis. I think it's important that the county planning staff have an opportunity to speak to some of the points that are raised in this letter. And I think it's important that we make people aware that the Mini Lakes is no longer a trailer park. It's a complete, it's a plan of condominium. I don't think many of the people who live in that fine development would characterize their homes as trailers anymore. So I think it's a good opportunity to educate the public that it's not a trailer park as it once was. And I think it's also important that the county can speak to the other issues that he raises regarding being limited to only consents. I mean, after all, we do have a large amount of area within the Aberfoyle hamlet that was rezoned as future development in the last update of the zoning bylaw, which creates opportunities for growth in the hamlets, and at least in Aberfoyle. Plus, council is very close to approving accessory residential unit policies that will allow a lot more housing to come online as of right without needing to go through a consent process, albeit the revenue generated through the assessment of those will be different than the revenue generated through the assessment of lots created and houses built. It's still, to address his concern about choice of housing, it's going to create a choice of housing we've never seen before in the township. So I think the county can speak to that as well and address his concerns directly. So I'd like to move it on to county staff as well.
Excellent. Yeah, Ms. Whitfox, did you capture all that?
I did, thank you. And it's that council direct staff to forward the written delegation to county planning staff for consideration.
Thank you. And I look forward to working with the county through phase 3 of the MCR, which will be more applicable to us. And as two councilors mentioned, bringing this to county staff and getting them to answer and address some of the concerns would be a great idea. So, okay. All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right, the next one, 7.2, please, Ms. Whitefox.
The council receives the written delegation by Wayne Madden regarding aggregate mining on groundwater, wetlands, wildlife, and farming.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Goyda, second by Councillor Spoulos. Councillor Goyda, comments on this one?
Just perhaps a question for staff. I was hoping that you could just clarify what is the process if a resident is suspecting loss of water in their pond or their wetland? What is the current process for them to express their concern?
Who wants to answer that? Justine's been dealing with this individual for the most part. I don't know if that's her role.
I guess really what my question is there currently anything in place that the municipality can do if there's a concern? Perhaps that's a better way of asking the question.
Mr. Schwendier?
I was actually going to ask Ms. Whitefox. She's been working on this one longer than I have. Courtney, you want to speak to this?
So there are a few things that the township already does in terms of our peer reviews of the annual monitoring reports. So that's a big thing that can help if there's concerns. Bringing it to our attention in this way, as Mr. Madden has done, is also another good way to do it. It really depends on the proximity. I know there's some water takers in the township that have kind of a radius around them. If there are concerns, then we could contact those water takers directly just to make them aware of the issue too. Don't believe that's the case for Mr. Madden's property where there's an arrangement like that with the aggregates. But there's a number of things just dependent on the location of where the complaint's coming from.
So if I can add to that, so Mr. Madden was in contact, as I mentioned, with Justine and CCing me back and forth with emails and concerns. And, he was doing his due diligence, reading the previous reports. And I believe Mr. Madden's desire is to have Hardin have a review of the water on his property. And that's when I asked staff, the same thing you're asking, Councillor Goyda, is what's the process to discuss this. So their recommendation was the written delegation, and we sent that to Mr. Haddon, which he has now provided. And then for council, we can discuss whether we want to have Hardin review his concerns. And I believe, I guess some of the decision making should be what Ms. Whitefox mentioned is, the proximity to operations. This one is abutting the one that we're already having troubles with in the Roselle wetlands. So I would have no problem having Hardin take a look at this, the impacts that this property is experiencing, but I'll definitely open up to council and see what the thoughts are. Councillor Goyda?
Okay, yeah, I would have not necessarily a problem with that either. Is there any benefit in having this exact letter sent to the ministry and requesting their comment on that? I don't know if that's I'm not really sure what the process is, I guess, but
I would feel more comfortable having Hardin look at it first. Then at least we had some facts and some background information before,
and then perhaps have those comments sent to the ministry from Hardin. Yeah, that sounds like a good approach. I would support that.
So Councillor Spoulos?
My thought process is to send this to Lafarge and have them reply to it, and then have Hardin look at the reply and then critique it, and then have a look at the property In other words, give the Lafarge an opportunity to respond first before we push it up the chain of command, so to speak, with the province.
Okay, that's a good point. I know, okay, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I think what I was taking from this is that there may be some data available, but it would only be through a Freedom of Information request. Just wondering if staff can clarify that and or how that goes about, what the cost is associated with it. Any comments on that?
So is that releasing information to Mr. Madden?
Well, he's needing more data. We are needing more data to verify what he's saying.
Okay.
So perhaps releasing it to the townships so that Hardin could then comment on it.
Mr. Swendinger, is there items that Mr. Madden was requesting that would fall under the FOI? And
Mr. Chair, I can help with that question. So staff, just in our correspondence with Mr. Madden that we've had, we did inquire with the ministry about the annual reports from two of the abutting pit operations. Those are two annual reports that the township is not circulated on. So we don't receive those like we do with some of our other aggregate operations. And what the ministry said in response to that request for those is that they are not public documents. And so Mr. Madden and the township would need to submit a Freedom of Information request to actually get access to those annual reports. So if it would likely be helpful, but Hardin would be able to confirm to have those annual reports and that information when he's conducting his review. And so the township can request those. It's hard to know what the cost will be. We know the initial cost is $5, but there may be some research costs, and we're not actually sure what would come out of that request either in terms of how they would apply the act to any exemptions that they would make.
So could I?
we could also ask, whose phone's ringing? Matthew, is that your phone?
Yes, I'm sorry, I can't mute my,
I'm gonna mute you.
it's okay, it should stop now.
There we go. We could, so along the same lines as what Councillor Sapoulis has mentioned, we could ask Lafarge for the documents first. Maybe they'll share them with us. Mr. CAO, if they share the documents with us, does that make them become public documents? So can we continue to keep them somewhat confidential within the organization if they provide those documents?
So I'm going to defer to Courtney on this one. She's the one that takes care of her FOI stuff. Courtney, can you respond to that?
Yep, so it depends on how they're provided to us, Mr. Chair. If they're provided confidentially, then they're not to be shared. I don't believe we've reached out to the pit operator directly, but we did reach out to the ministry and they've said no already. So we certainly could take that next step and ask Lafarge directly if they provide them to us. And then again, depending on if they're provided confidentially, then we would not be in a position to share them. So we'd have to really clarify that and let them know that our plan is to share them with our hydrogeologist.
I'd like to ask Lafarge for the documents and to comment, as Councillor Sapoulis mentioned. And once we receive those comments, and if we get a no, we're not sharing the water reporting data, then we'll just go down the FOI road to acquire them. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you very much. I concur with Councillor Sapoulis' suggestion here. We lend our weight to the concern that's been identified, ask Lafarge to address it. If they may not be able to, whatever the response is, then we go for the peer review with Mr. Denhout. I'm not quite sure on this, which property we're talking about here either, so it's difficult, but I think we're talking about somebody who lives on the first concession and the pit is on the second concession. Is this the McMillan pit or the university pit, or which pit is this they're concerned about?
So Councillor Bulmer, the pit that sits directly behind them, it's the McMillan pit that's actually surrendered its license that we received
Right.
ecological reports. And then just to the east of it, we have the other pit known as McMillan, but with a different license number owned by Lafarge. And then just to the east of that is the Lancey pit owned by CBM.
Right. Okay, so it is the two pits, one pit that's no longer extracting, one that is, and one that, I think two that aren't extracting anymore.
Correct. Lancey pit, we've seen its amendment to start that extraction
Yes.
again, just at public meeting. Mhm.
So I think we're on the right track with asking them to provide whatever, address their concern. Then we have Stan respond, but at the same time, I think it's fair that the township can let the resident know that the township does maintain a network of monitoring wells to monitor the water level in the overburden. The same place where the mining takes place is monitored independently by the township with their monitoring wells, with those overburdened groundwater wells. Understanding that he may be on the other side of the groundwater divide, those monitoring wells still give us an idea of what's the response in the area to precipitation independent of extraction. So it would be helpful for him to at least understand that we have that data that he can look to and see if he's seeing, his property is responding the same as other properties in the township, and give him some comfort to determine whether it's due to extraction in his area or changes in weather. If we compare this to the Rosal situation, what Mr. Denholt is seeing there is responses separate from the weather, and which created the concern. So in addition to what Mr. Councilor Sapoulis is suggesting, I would like to at least make them aware of these other resources the township are investing in to help everybody understand the situation.
Okay. So do we have a resolution? Councillor Sapoulis, do you want to pen that for us, per se?
Certainly, that staff be requested to ask the pit operator Lafarge for comments with respect to this delegation, and request them to provide the annual reports over the last 2 years so that they can be reviewed by the township's hydrogeologist.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Goda, thanks. Back to you, Councillor Balmer. The information that you just mentioned from the overburden monitoring wells, how would you propose that staff provide that data to the individuals if they don't have it?
Well, I would simply propose that the council or township send a thank you letter to Mr. Madden for raising this concern, and letting him know that while we look into it, make him aware of provide him the link to that monitoring data, so that he can look at it for himself, so he's aware that we are looking at overburden situations, which is, what he's talking about is wetlands and ponds are an expression of the groundwater in the overburden. So simple as that. Nothing too heavy.
Ms. White Fox, is that a possibility? Just draft a letter, either from myself or all the council, stating thank you for bringing this to our attention, that we're looking into it, and provide that link that Councillor Balmer is mentioning.
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so the motion is still on the floor for Lafarge, as Councillor Sapoulis mentioned. Any comments on that? Councillor Goida, let's go around real quick.
Good.
Okay, Councillor Sapoulis, you're good.
Yep.
Councillor Bailey,
I'm good.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right, so I'll do the in favor now. I should have did the in favor the first time, but oh well. In favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer, you're in favor. You already said it. All right. We have. All right, we have a public meeting tonight, May 25th, 2021, public information meeting held by electronic participation at 7 p.m. regarding the following. Public information meeting zoning amendment D14/AUD. We'll see everybody at 7 p.m. tonight. All right, on to reports. 9.2.1, do you have a resolution for that one, Ms. McFox?
Yes, so that report FIN 2022-022 entitled 2022 Final Tax Levy and Rates be received, and that the final property tax rates as identified in Schedule B and C to report FIN 2022-022 be approved, and that the final property tax due dates be established as Wednesday, August 31st, 2022, and Monday, October 31st, 2022, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2022-020, being a bylaw for the levy and collection of property taxes for the 2022 taxation year.
Wonderful. Holy moly. All right, can I get a mover for that so we can discuss it?
Move.
Seconded by Counselor Ballmer.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Hassan, this is your report.
Hello, Council. So
Yes.
as you may all be aware, it's an annual report that's required in accordance with the Municipal Act, the bylaw as well. Now that we have the county's tax policy and the education tax rates and the budgets passed for the various organizations, we're able to approve our tax rate bylaw as provided to you in this report and on the council agenda.
Thank you. Any questions? Counselor Goida,
No, I'm good, thank you.
Counselor Spools,
I'm good, thank you.
all right, Counselor Bailey,
No questions?
all right, Counselor Ballmer.
No questions.
Good stuff. All right, all in favor, Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Spools,
In favor?
Counselor Bailey,
In favor?
and Counselor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, Ms. White Fox, if you could read 9.2.2 resolution, please.
That report FIN 2022-019 regarding the 2021 general surplus be received, and that the 2021 general surplus amount of $569,206 be allocated as follows: $494,206 to the Asset Management Discretionary Reserve in accordance with Council Resolution number 2019-347, and $40,000 to fund the repair of the tandem dump truck 301, asset number 8016, and $35,000 to fund the additional costs associated with the roads management plan.
Excellent. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Counselor Spools, seconded by Counselor Goida. Ms. Hassan. Oh, wait, yep, Ms. Hassan, sorry. You're muted, Mary.
Thank you. Again, this is an annual report to council. Now that our audit is completed in March, we're providing you with the general status of our surplus. I'd be happy to answer any of council's questions.
Any questions? Counselor Goida.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. I just wanted to ask about the asset management plan. It was done in 2019, and I know at that time it was recommended that that target balance stay between that two and between the $2 and the $4 million. I was wondering if there's any concern with the rising costs with really everything, that target balance should be increasing every year to align with the rising costs.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, sorry.
That's a really good comment, Councillor Goida. I think that is something that we can consider looking into, because you are correct that the asset management plan and that recommendation came out in 2019, and there are a lot of rising costs. And as we implement the asset management plan into the asset management system, we are incorporating that inflationary aspect into our asset costs, but that is something that we can look into and provide council with an update as part of the capital budget and forecast reporting that we do, if that's council's direction.
Okay, that sounds good. And I guess maybe along the same lines and probably similar to the same answer, the way that it's showing on the chart here, you know, that asset management reserve is above the 4 million target balance for most of the years from 2026 onwards, which perhaps is where it should be. But at some point in the future, should council be consider allocating any surplus funds to other reserves, such as the gravel road reserve, again, to account for the rising costs in the other areas outside of the asset management?
that is something that council has the option to direct staff to do in the future. But again, the capital budget and forecast, it's at a point in time. Some of the years, like, so from 2026 to 2031, it is above that 2 million to 4 million target, but then it goes below the 4 million in 2028. But again, this is just a forecast and it's at a point in time, and the capital budget and forecast is a living document, and we do receive more up-to-date information, and you know, new costs arise, new projects come forward. So that's up to council to direct staff on. However, in the past, we have contributed the majority of the surplus to the asset management discretionary reserve.
Yeah, okay, okay. That's all my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Spillis.
Yeah, just a general question on the asset management plan. You were intending to obtain some software to help you better understand where we're going with the asset management plan dollar-wise in the upcoming years. How is that software program coming along?
So we have purchased the software program, and it is on the work plan for finance. Our finance team of Morella and Mary, who are working on implementing the software. It is something that's definitely a high priority for this year, but we're going to try our best to implement it for the 2023 budget year.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Bailey.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies to Councillor Goyda for blurting out the word brilliant when you made your suggestion. It's just that these are the kinds of forward-thinking, you know, suggestions that I think helps keep us on track. So thank you for that, and thank you, Councillor Sapoulis, for raising the issue of the citywide, because I think that's going to help with all the concerns that were heard today. So no other comments.
I think it was a brilliant comment as well. I would just caution about knee-jerk reaction to the, you know, the circumstances we find ourselves in the world economy. It's definitely important to keep a focus on it, but I don't want to do a quick adjustment to our forecast that then, you know, it compromises our you know, short-term goals of providing services. But it's definitely you know, I think direction from council for the finance team to keep an eye on it. And one way is, if we are outside of that 4 million, 2 to 4 million, then essentially we've already forecasted that we're going to have a little wiggle room on the rising costs of you know, whether it be upgrades or paving roads or whatever it could be. And I like that. I know this might be jumping a little bit ahead, but you know, when we're building the paving roads, gravel roads reserve, in my mind, we had to get all of the money to upgrade the road in that reserve. But then it's clear Mary has, you know, other ways of funding some of these projects, and whether it comes from the asset management plan, because that's where we're dumping all of our surpluses. It was excellent to see. So I'm pretty confident Mary's got an eye on it. And but again, just to reiterate, I'd be cautious about all of a sudden sacrificing it, you know, short-term goals of the corporation to adjust to the inflation due to the, you know, the Ukraine war or whatever crisis we're in. But those would be my comments. Anything further before I call the vote? All right, all in favor, Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor?
And Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
All right. We're on to 9.3. This one. All right, Ms. Hoyfoss, you have a resolution for 9.3.2. Oh, hold on, I missed one. Sorry, 9.3.1.
Yes, and we have Mr. Denhode and Mr. Davis here, and I believe that they have 3 reports on the agenda and one correspondence item to speak to, and they're here with us now.
Okay. So our Stan and Kyle are presenting 9.3.1.
Yes, so the City of Guelph Water Supply Master Plan comments they prepared together. And then likewise, we have the DeCorso permit to take water. You have Conestoga Badger, and then the Blue Triton correspondence item. So we've got those 4 items that they're here to speak to.
All right. We'll do them in the order. Welcome, Kyle.
Thank you.
Stan, welcome, Stan. Would you mind
Good
turning
morning.
your video? Good morning. Turning your video on, please, Stan.
I am going to try.
If you don't, okay.
I'm in the field and I'm just worried about background noise and
Okay, it's fine.
we'll see.
Don't worry about it.
Don't mind turning on my
Um,
to see how that goes.
And I will ask Ms. White Fox to just put titles on those 2 individuals, please, while we're discussing. All right, so which one of you 2 wants to speak first to 9.31, which is the Gulf Water Supply Master Plan comments? Like Kyle, go first, maybe?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'll start and then I'll hand it over to Stan. Mayor Seeley, members of council, today we have a report in front of you in response to 2 previous council resolutions. The first resolution was from the April 13th meeting regarding the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan staff report and hard environmental comments, and to have a report back to council prior to the City of Guelph's council receiving the Water Supply Master Plan on June 7th, 2022. The second resolution is in regards to some discussion I believe council had on May 4th regarding the Water Supply Master Plan as well, and we'll speak to that in this report. So regarding the first resolution, we're able to report back that staff did provide the comments to the City of Guelph staff. There was some correspondence back and forth with city staff, and we received a written response from the City of Guelph staff on May 18th, which is summarized in this report. At a high level, there is some common ground and there are some outstanding concerns, which we have listed out in this report for your consideration. Sorry, excuse me. There is a path forward, and so the city and county and township staff continue to meet and have started to meet bi-monthly on future city water supply projects. So pleased to announce that is continuing. The last meeting was actually last week. And then separately from that, there is a regional water management group that's scheduled to start in 2022 that's led by the Grand River Conservation Authority. And this is coming out of the Tier 3 water quantity policies that has been reported to council in the past. And will include provincial representatives as well as all the municipalities and conservation authorities. So our hope is that some of these outstanding concerns and some of these common ground will continue to be worked on through those 2 series of meetings that have started and will start. In terms of the city's response. So the city's response did outline a number of points. They talked about the consultation and communication with the township, including the continued cross-boundary discussion in the meetings that we're talking about, that I was just talking about. There was some discussion in response around our comments on the future township water supply requirements and population growth, as well as wellhead protection area monitoring, the delineation of significant risk level, the evaluation of the impact in natural environment, and the impact of private well yields and contaminant movement through wells. So I mentioned there is some common ground. There is some common ground in regards to working with the city on township future water supply requirements. The city did note a previous study that had noted up to 20,000 cubic meters per day consumptive use under drought conditions. That's at least identified as being potentially available within the wellhead protection area quantity, which would include the township. For future growth, and based on the growth numbers that we're seeing, that should be more than enough. But I don't want to weigh too much in on that. I'll let Stan talk to that if he wishes. There's definitely common ground around continued evaluation and the need for continued evaluation of impact of the natural environment. There will need to be further discussions on those details, but that would happen over the next few years. In terms of some outstanding concerns, as reported to council previously, there still remains a concern around unspecified changes to wellhead protection area delineation. The city has committed to evaluating this during the class environmental assessment project for each supply project. Our opinion is that this should have happened in the water supply master plan. However, I guess better late than never in that sense. So if it's only can be done after, then that's where I think we're at. But our preference definitely would have been for it to occur during the water supply master plan to help better inform and comment on the preferred alternatives that the city has chosen. There are a few other outstanding concerns that I think I'll turn it over to Stan to talk to in regards to the Aramosa River and the pumping of the municipal wells. Lastly, though, just before I turn it over, the last discussion that we're having with the city and what we made point on here is about the significant risk level and whether it can be reduced to moderate or low. The city doesn't disagree, but they do note that for it to be reduced, the area would have to expand, and for the area to, in their opinion, and for the area to expand, that would be outside of the city boundaries. So there needs to be further discussion on that, and ultimately it's the province that would determine kind of the metrics on whether further growth is allowed, and also through the tier 3 process, it would be the Lake Erie Resource Protection Committee looking at whether or not the significant risk level can be dropped from moderate to low. I'll turn it over to Stan now to sort of close out the kind of the outstanding concerns, and then we'd open it up to questions from council.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Is my audio okay, everybody? Sorry, is my audio fine?
Yes.
Great, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just sitting here beside a drill rig. Yeah, I've got a bunch of concerns still about the water supply master plan, and still struggle with the township's role in guiding the plan, or can we just snip at the heels of the plan and say, these are our concerns. And I'm concerned about not having enough clout, shall I say, in terms of the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan, because in their response, the city clearly states that, well, in order to maintain and grow, we've got to expand into the townships. We've got to expand the water supply into the surrounding area, into Wellington County, because under certain drought scenarios and growth scenarios, our own wells are reaching their maximum, and in order to have enough redundancy and enough elasticity in the water supply, we've got to go beyond the borders, and not necessarily with wells outside the borders, but in the southwest Guelph, for instance, there's a well within 100 meters of the borders. The Logan well is outside the city limits in Guelph Aramosa Township, and in the far-reaching scenarios of 2051, yeah, there could be a well in the Clare Maltby area. So there is this total recognition that there is an expansion needed, and you've got to start expanding the area of influence of the city of Guelph, and that influence ends up being in the townships, and we've already seen with the WAPA-Q from the township, from the city of Guelph, expanding to the 401, so incorporating all of the employment lands in the township, and we haven't seen, and I'm looking forward to working with Kyle perhaps on the source water protection requirements for the water quantity issue, and what that means, because we're beholden to the source water protection folks, and if the plan comes down and says, well, there's a limitation on how much water there is, and the city of Guelph has a significant risk to their wells, then there is a limitation to how much water drawing can happen in the township. So I am concerned about that, and we unfortunately didn't have a fulsome discussion with Sarah Wilhelm and council themselves about what are the growth expectations in Puslinch Township, and how much water do we need in order for the city to incorporate that in their models. But one of the models that we did see in their response suggests that there is this 20,000 cubic meter slush fund that is available as consumptive water. And that's a lot of water. That's, that is, I think that's, far more than we would, the township would require for the foreseeable future. But we don't know if that is unencumbered by environmental restrictions. Does that lead to base flow reduction? Does that, lead to drawdown in wells or wetlands? So we don't know the measures that are out, that are tied to that extra water. So that, it's important I think for the township to push on that point. And I make that point in our letter that we need to know, is that available? And then if it is available, let's get it allocated. Let's somehow have it designated for growth in the township. And then we can all, sigh a breathe of relief in a way that, there is enough water for all of our ambitions, residential use, industrial use, for the foreseeable future. But I don't have that sense right now that is, readily available and allocatable. There were base flow reductions associated with that, the allocation of that water. So, is that still available? So there are some questions about that. And so I'm still, reluctant to have a total buy-in on the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan, because there's still a lot of outstanding questions in my mind as to, what kind of impacts are there going to be on the township. Definitely wellhead protection area increases with, which comes with land use restrictions. Immediate area of the wells themselves will have water reductions in private wells. And then in the larger scale, there is an associated reduction in base flow to Mill Creek, McCrimmon Creek, Badenoch Creek. So there is this environmental cost to the expansion of water taking by the city of Guelph. And we may consider that minor, 5% here, 3% there, and that's fine. But guess what? Blue Triton turns on their well and they take 3%. The region of Waterloo turns on their wells and expands to 2035 and they take 3 or 4%. So I'm really interested in this group that Kyle has mentioned, that is hopefully this tier 3 group that's going to put that together and say, all right, there is an acceptable limit there, that 20,000 is available without an environmental impact, without impact to private wells, wetlands, and there's enough growth in there for the township. So I think, in a general sense, I am concerned about the Guelph expansion of the Guelph water taking into the township, and just for those reasons that I just expressed. There's, in terms of specific things, obviously I keep on harping on the multiple well penetration, multiple aquifer well penetrations, and as I've noted with the Blue Triton permit to take water, and as well as the DeCorso, all of these penetrations that go through multiple aquifers associated with the taking by the city of Guelph, region of Waterloo, Blue Triton, other industrial areas in the township, that draws down water from these upper aquifers into the lower aquifers. And the upper aquifers are the ones that are impacted with nitrate, chloride, sodium, from anthropogenic activity. So to me, the response from the city when I talk to them about that is that, well, it's the old individual's fault for having drilled that well, and the well driller's fault for having drilled that well. And I disagree. Without the large drawdown in those lower aquifers, we wouldn't have this issue. So I think we've got to sit down together and say, let's take a look at all of these multiple aquifer penetrating wells and figure out how to resolve this, because it may not be an issue now, but the city's not going away. The city's going to be there forever. And, maybe in 60 years, they may get a pipeline, but in the foreseeable future, they are going to have this impact. And we would like to make sure that lower aquifer quality is maintained. And I think it's important that we we figure that out now. So that's, in a nutshell, my concerns. Obviously, there are concerns about, base flow inaccuracies in my mind in the overall groundwater model that the city's using, and we'd like them to, as they go forward now with a new stream flow monitoring plan, to include the area that we looked at on behalf of the Eden Mills Conservation Association, upgradient of the Eden Mills dam and down gradient, and find that there is a significant loss of water in the Hermosa River. And we just think it's necessary and important to have that allocated and recognized, and figure out where is that water going. And so just because it's a lot of water, and it would affect the size and shape of the WAPAs in around the city. So I think it's important for the townships, for them to get that straight as well. So I don't know if there's anything else specifically that we need to chat about, but yeah, there are still concerns that we have, and would like this letter, to go back to the city.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Well done, Stan. I support your comments. It's pretty impressive that you're able to just speak that well about this topic right from passenger seat of your car without notes.
It's passion.
Yeah, I can tell, and I'm glad we have you. Okay, Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for that. That's a lot to digest there. I guess what I'm hearing is, there still is quite a list of outstanding concerns, and this report indicates that there is back and forth dialogue taking place, which is good, and that there are various meetings that are planned to take place, which will hopefully lead to satisfactory results. But is there anything else our council should be doing right now prior to this water supply master plan going to the City of Guelph Council on June 7th to reinforce the importance? For instance, should we be putting forth a motion for these comments, the responses, the outstanding concerns, all those things to be forwarded to City of Guelph Council specifically as an agenda item on their June 7th meeting? Or, is there enough confidence that these issues will be addressed during these regional meetings?
Kyle, I'm going to leave that to you, more on the protocol, but that we're being asked to comment, and those comments get noted in a document somewhere. Thank you very much. But and what I worry about is the clout side. So what can the township fall back on in order to protect their interests? And I don't even know personally what the interests of council is. Are we going to try to maintain as much base flow as we can into Mill Creek, or are we happy enough to have that diminished by a certain amount? And those are societal questions that I obviously can't answer, but that's what I am looking to, as a citizen of Puslinch, looking to council to help guide that. And that's why there is this, there was a suggestion, in one of the emails, do we talk to Friends of Mill Creek and have them weigh in on the health of the creek, if that is an important metric for council? I don't know. And in terms of individual wells, the city's response is, well, we've got a protocol for the individual wells. We'll fix the well, we'll put the pump deeper, we'll make the well deeper and fix it if there's a problem with an individual well within our area of influence. But it's the larger, it's the more nebulous impact that concerns me, is that as that expansion grows, then you start reducing some of these, wonderful things that we have in this township because of the, partially because of the moraine and the cold water, groundwater that starts at the moraine and ends up in the creeks. And as you increase that drawdown in the lower rocks, then that diminishes that groundwater getting to those streams. So again, I don't know the protocol. I don't know who the best person to say, hey, we're concerned about this,
Mhm.
and get some attention. Maybe Mayor Seeley sits on council, different boards or different groups that can help.
Let's see what Kyle has to say first, and then we'll.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Seeley. Yeah, if I may, in my mind, there's sort of there's a higher level issue, and then there's kind of the details, which our report is a lot about the details. The higher level issue is growth. So growth is driving this, right? Just like we see it driving what we our population numbers in the township and the county, it's driving it in the city as well. So this is based on their 2051 projections. So like Stan, I don't know if I'm in a position to really kind of weigh in on the pros and cons of growth. It's provincially mandated, and that would be something I feel that council could debate whether they wish to or not, about the pros and cons of growth. But that is what's driving this. The need for more water is to fuel the growth that's provincially mandated. The other issues, and I don't want to call them lower level issues, but the detailed issues are what we talk a lot about here. And we do have a process. It's a new process. I don't know if it's going to work. I hope it's going to work. I'm usually an optimist, so I hope it's going to work. But we do have a new process with the regional water management group that the GRCA is establishing, that has the province sitting at the table from a approvals perspective. And there is also, as previously reported to council, in the new provincial water framework, there's the area management powers now that the province has around permits to take water. Whether or not they choose to determine kind of South Wellington, Guelph, Cambridge as an area management area or not, we don't know. But that would be a second tool tied into the regional water management group that could help to manage the overall shared water resource better. So I think, Councillor Goyda, to directly answer your question, I think in terms of we will do whatever council wishes. I believe in terms of the details, we should let the regional water management group play out and see how that goes. It may take some time. It will take some time. But I think the higher level issue at play is the growth, and we would look for direction on that. I'm not sure. I think that's above my pay grade, as they say.
Thanks. So my initial comments in regards to the impact on Mill Creek, I wrote down here that would we permit an aggregate operator or Blue Triton water taking to have an impact on the creek, whether it's 5%, 1%, and my thought process is no. So for this community, and that creek's pretty special to a lot of people. I'm not intimate with it, but I do know it's one of the last cold water creeks, it's sustaining fish. It's a good news story. So my position, and we'll let council speak to it as well, but I feel there should be negligible impact on that creek. Wildlife in general is under a tremendous amount of pressure from humans. So I don't know how much more tolerance wildlife will have to our impacts on their environment. So the other thing I want to just throw out there is that I noticed, Stan, when you're talking about these penetrating wells, and it's something, I think my first day, my first conversation with you, you brought it up, and I'm finally starting to understand it. But my gut feeling is that, yes, the city of Guelph, their opinion is, well, they're there, they're not our problem. But the city of Guelph is now going to have impacts on those that will have a detrimental effect. So I'm of the opinion that they should have to case those wells in order to secure their water supply, and then thus not have such a large impact on the surface water of our residents and local features. So it's going to cost money, but if you want the growth and you want the water, then you have to pay. It's just what it comes down to. There's going to be a cost. Now, can that be managed through an asset management plan over time? That's where your expertise would come in. We could maybe have you identify which ones are the highest priority and work through the list of our concerns and give them some leeway on that scope of it. So I'll open it back up to council. I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Goyda, to start. You heard a few things that they're just looking for direction, but looking for the impact on that creek and, you know, your position on those wells, and I'll just leave it open like that. Councilor Goyda.
Yeah, I'm supportive of those comments as well. I'm not really sure what the appropriate direction is from this meeting forward, but I support all those comments. I'll just leave it at that.
Can I backpedal a little bit? I know we maybe made a resolution. We asked either both of you individuals, or maybe it was just Stan, I can't quite recall. You were requesting some monitoring wells, and there was so to me that, because I heard you speaking that there's impacts on Guelph Aramosa. So the political part of it, we need to make this a Southern Wellington concern. And that will kind of, you know, maybe bring us that clout that you're looking for. We get the county behind it and to buy in with our concerns, because it is two of the member municipalities down here. We're still waiting to receive that report, right, Mr. Denhope?
Yes, you are, Mayor Seeley. We've had discussions with the city of Guelph just recently, and they have some kind of new agreement, maybe with the University of Guelph. I can't remember who the agreement is with, to provide monitoring data for several groundwater deep penetrating wells in the township. And so now I'm just waiting to, you know, just have a further discussion, get a map, and then try to figure out if there's any additional gaps that need to be filled. And then we would, as you suggested last time, talk to the county, you know, possibly about some kind of cost sharing to fill in those gaps, or the city, you know, to fill in gaps if there are some. So I do understand that there's also wells that are available from Blue Triton that they've offered up, and that's great. And it's nice to have those, you know, any additional wells that are available to us for, you know, to be able to monitor the ambient conditions. A little concerned about the Blue Triton wells are that they are in their area of influence, a little bit closer to their area of influence, so it's a little less isolated that we would like to see. But I know that you know, basically anything south of the city to the 401 can somewhat be construed as being in the influence of either the Blue Triton well or the city of Guelph. So we, you know, we'll take what we can get in terms of those monitoring wells and that data. So again, I know there is an onus on me to provide that report. I would like to have a further discussion with, I think it's Scott Cousins at the city, who said that they, you know, now have some more control on some of the monitoring wells in the township that we can share.
So I think once we receive that from you, because you get all your data, then, you know, Kyle and maybe Glenn or whoever is appropriate, we'll sit down and I really want to make this, it's not that I want to pass the buck. But if the county is sending comments to the city of Guelph, I just feel that the comments won't just be filed on page 870 and forgotten about. I feel the relationship there and being an upper tier municipality, they'll be handled, hopefully. I'm trying to be careful how I say things, but, you know, more appropriately. So that's what I feel is the direction for the clout concern. And Kyle, maybe we can just, even before we get Stan's report, you and I can just have a conversation, see what kind of direction and where this thing could land, and we'll get behind it sooner rather than later. Okay, thanks. Did I go to you, Councilor Goyda, already? Councilor Spoulos?
Yes, I agree with all the concerns and the approach that staff are taking. I'm just wondering, in order to this report to be meaningful, what I did is I pulled out the 8 major points that we have been discussing and cast it in a motion. In other words, basically it says, whereas Township Persons Council consider report ADM blah blah regarding the comments, be resolved the council supports staff's recommendation cited report specifically. And I go through all the 8 points that are covered off by both Stan and Kyle type of thing, and to basically lift sections from the report, including the approaching the regional management group on the 2 issues that Kyle recently raised on the the jurisdiction, designating the area as a jurisdiction, and also addressing cumulative impacts. So my thought process is to, yes, we got the report. Let's pull out the things that are important and pass the things that are important on to county council and the city of Guelph, and also the conservation authority know where we're coming from.
Okay, once I go around the table, I'm gonna ask Courtney to share that motion on her screen so we can see that. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Sapoulis, I really like that that thought process and keeping it clear and drawing attention to the outstanding points and looking for response. I think that's a great approach. I just had a couple of questions, a little more specific, but back to the report. I love this idea of the collaboration group, Kyle, that you're talking about. And I guess my initial question is just how can council best support the initiative? Is there anything we can be doing to help support that?
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. For you, Mayor Sealy. Yeah, it's going to happen at this point. We're just waiting on some timing from the GRCA with summer holidays coming and the provincial election currently. We're just sort of waiting for being able to schedule the first meeting. I think really council's interest is the best way to support, and we would be happy to report back once the first couple meetings have happened to let you know if there's anything else that we would need. Definitely, I think there's a few issues here that we're raising, and we could report back on sort of how those issues were received by the wider group and what action items, if any, and then maybe that would be a good way for council to weigh in and for council support.
Thank you. I'm just trying to look. I've written page 6. I think it's actually page 7 of the report. You've highlighted in here, it says it is noted that the data in the report was current until 2008. And I'm just looking, so that was the Tier 3 water budget and local risk assessment, I believe. So my question was just, how often is a study like this done? And in your experience, how often should one be completed? And then is there any way we can help initiate one?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Through you, Mayor Sealy. Yes, and my apologies, I didn't actually speak too much about our response to the second motion, and that's what this question is about. There's sort of two responses there. The response that staff provided is regarding the data that was updated or was compiled rather for the Tier 3. So those Tier 3 studies, to answer your question, are done irregularly. There's not a set schedule for when they're needed. At this point, there has only been one for this area, and kind of each area in the province has only kind of had one that needs one, that requires a Tier 3. So council support of the recommendation of providing this or forwarding this to the Lake Erie Resource Protection Region and the Grand River Conservation Authority for their consideration in their work plan would be helpful. I have spoken to Martin Keller about this prior to council meeting, and so he is aware that this request or that this will be at least in the report, and that the request may be coming. In terms of when it'll be updated, how it'll be updated, that's part of what we need to work out when the Regional Water Management Group actually meets for the first time. We're trotting new ground in a little way. In some ways, this work was all provincially funded previously. The province has very clearly decided not to fund the technical work going forward. So some of these coordination and collaboration meetings, yes, but the actual technical work to pull things together, that's some of the discussions we need to have at the meeting that'll have provincial representatives, because at this point there is not provincial funding to kind of do that work. So that's one of the first things I think we'll probably talk about is some of the outstanding tasks is who does them, who pays for them, and that would be part of a report back to council as well.
Okay, so I think you just answered my question I had. I put, where's the link at the provincial level between growth and water quantity? So that, is that sort of one of the gaps that you were suggesting then?
Yeah, through Mayor Sealy, it's part of it, yes. So the province this has been identified to the province by other conservation authorities, and they have made a link in their growth plan to kind of the availability of water to supply growth at a very high policy level. That link was made. At a very more detailed local level, yes, the link in terms of conducting the studies and collecting the data is meant to kind of at least be coordinated through this regional water management group.
Well, thanks very much. Yeah, I'm happy to support Councillor Sakoulis's resolution and any of the comments, Mayor Sealy, you've mentioned. Supporting the creeks for sure.
All right, Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Denhoud and Mr. Davis for your presentations. I'm going to try and go through the list as Mr. Davis sort of set a pretty high bar to think about the higher level, higher policy issue here being growth, and it's been talked about a bit. But I think one of the roles we have as a municipal council is to bring our concerns right up to the people who set those growth targets, and that's the province, and helping them understand that while this council may not be opposed to growth, we certainly recognize that assigning growth to municipalities such as the city of Guelph, which are 100% dependent on groundwater resources, and that their system is therefore, as characterized in the report, a consumptive system, it's 100% loss. That's where growth should not be directed to. Not all municipal systems are fully consumptive, and perhaps those are the municipalities that can best absorb some of this additional growth. But those that are a consumptive system, once they reach the limit of that system to supply reasonable supply of water, then growth shouldn't occur there anymore. It's the biggest threat to their system. The second point, so to finish that up, I think that Sign Council should consider a resolution or to the province to change how they allocate growth and direct it away from those municipalities that are so dependent on consumptive-based groundwater systems. The second point would be, there was a question about these multiple aquifer penetrating wells or cross-connecting wells. And I'll get back to this when we get down to the detailed point, the technical points, but at an upper level in terms of how can we deal with that, who's best to deal with that? I think perhaps we should look at the rural water quality program as a way to start moving towards addressing these kinds of wells. That was a program that was originally started to deal with agricultural impacts to rural water quality, and included funding for improvements to wells on farms, but then that was extended to do improvements to wells on non-farm properties in the rural area. And though that program is funded by the urban centers, by the urban areas within the county and region, it's managed by the Grand River Conservation Authority, and it's funded by the urban municipalities funding projects in rural areas that help protect the water supply that the urban areas depend on. And I think that'd be a perfect fit for these cross-connection wells to help put the cost back on the parties that are benefiting from taking the water. So I don't know where we would direct a request like that to have the repair of those kind of wells put as part of a project you could apply for under the Rural Water Quality Program. I guess to get more to the technical piece, I have a question, I guess, for Stan about those cross-connection wells. You say that the city is sort of wanted to deny their role in creating the water movement through those wells. Does that mean that they deny the movement of the water through those wells, and how well is the movement of the water through those wells reflected in the groundwater model that they use to predict future impacts?
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer, through you, Mayor Seeley. First off, they recognize it's happening. In our discussions last week, they agreed that they have sealed all of their municipal wells from being multiple aquifer penetrating wells. So they recognize that the upper aquifer within the city itself is the compromised aquifer. And in order to maintain their water quality and maybe for other reasons, they themselves have sealed off the wells to the lower aquifer to, for better water quality. So I don't think that there's a, disagreement that it's a good idea. The problem is that they threw it back on the Ontario regulation of 903 for drilling water wells, and directly in the regulation 903 it says thou shalt not create a pathway for contamination between aquifers. And my take on it is, well, there wouldn't be a cross-connecting issue if there wasn't a significant drawdown created by the municipality, Blue Triton, other water takers in the township and the region of Waterloo from this lower aquifer. So the issue is definitely exacerbated by the massive water taking from this lower aquifer, and it creates a constant 24/7 water cascading down some of these wells and into that lower aquifer, and that would not be occurring without the municipal influence. So I think that there's recognition that it happens. There's just some disagreement as to how do we go forward.
The current groundwater model that they use to predict future impacts.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. So that so I think in general we did discuss this with the region of Waterloo when they are doing their model. There isn't a specific point in the model that says, okay, here's all these penetrating wells, there's this much movement through these wells. I think it's just taken as, when they do the calibration of the model, they calibrate the upper aquifer water levels and the lower aquifer water levels, and it all matches to a certain calibration target, and they say, okay, everything's fine. So built into that, those calibration hydraulic conductivities are these wells. It is the best way I could say it. But
understood. So in other words, they just assume the aquitard is leaky, or they just put some leakiness to the aquitard.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
Okay. All right. So at least that's somewhat reflected. But the 40 million liters a day that's disappearing from the Aaron Moss and near Eden Mills is still not reflected in that model.
Yeah, whatever the number is I don't have that in my head, but there's a significant volume of water that the model could not absorb into the aquifer from the river, and so they discounted it at this point.
So if that's not addressed, how much reliance can we put on using the model to predict the impacts of future wells, on the adjacent to the township boundary?
Well, back to Councillor Bulmer through you, Mayor Seeley, I think that, again, they've calibrated the model, and if there is additional water coming in at the Aramosa River, that would be, important for the Arkell Spring Grounds area. But there's many calibration points around that match quite well. So I think that it doesn't reflect, an entire failure for the whole Wapaki, but it does, reflect, that northeastern part of the township that would benefit definitely from not only the better calibration of the model, but the concerns about water quality into that lower aquifer coming directly from the river.
Okay, thank you. Last question then would be for Kyle. Mr. Davis, Mr. Boulanger, in response to the resolution about asking to have all of the municipal water takers that use more than, or the municipal users that use more than 50,000 liters a day listed sort of as an appendix to the water supply master plan. He said that that information is private and can't be made available, but your answer suggested that it was made publicly available as part of the Tier 3 study. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Sealy, Councillor Bulmer, we are talking about two different sort of data sets. So Mr. Belanger is
Okay.
speaking, I believe, about the city water users that are on that pay that are paid consumers on the city's municipal system, whereas my answer is talking about the permitted, the private permitted users.
Right. Which are already publicly available.
That is correct.
Okay.
The permits.
Understood. Super. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just think it's unfortunate that the city doesn't. But I understand what they're saying, but I think it would only be fair for their residents to know as well who's using what, just like our residents get to know who's using what out here. So, thank you very much. I appreciate you clarifying that.
You're welcome. If I may, Mayor Sealy, just in answering to one point, Councillor Bulmer was asking about the rural water quality program. So through you, Mayor Sealy, Councillor Bulmer, you had asked who to direct that to, and the County of Wellington, the planning department actually funds that program through their budget, the rural water quality program. And you're absolutely correct. It's administered by the GRCA and the other conservation authorities. So the criteria, I'm not involved directly in that, but certainly Aldo Salas and his staff are involved in setting the criteria for that program. So that would be the correct person to, or the correct department to direct that question to.
Okay. So the county's going to pay to fix the wells.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chair, actually, it's funded by the urban municipalities.
Yeah, no, I was just joking, but we should have maybe ask staff to reach out to Aldo at the planning department and just get some background information on the funding and what criteria. Maybe we could have that adjusted and look into whether it's funded through the urban centers as you mentioned or not. Good to hear. Okay, I'm gonna have Ms. Hoyfox share Councillor Sapoulis's resolution so we can get on to the next three reports. Oh boy.
Whoa.
All right. All right, Ms. Hoyfox, have a drink of water, and if you wouldn't mind reading this resolution for council's indulgence.
Certainly. So whereas Township of Plisslanch Council considered report ADM 2022-029 regarding Guelph Water Supply Master Plan comments, be it resolved that council supports staff direction cited in the report, specifically one, pursuing with the city that the water supply master plan should include the preliminary modeling of the alternatives result in an increase in size of the wellhead protection areas in Wellington County, and that the city should be committing to minimizing these increases outside of its municipal boundary, if not possible prior to adoption of the water supply master plan, pursuing that it should occur as the first task.
Yeah, I'm going to interject there, Ms. Hoyfox. Does any councillor member have any concerns with that wording for that item number 1? Councillor Bulmer, do we need it read one more time? It was quite a mouthful.
I'm fine.
Okay, so we'll just stop after each one, Ms. Hoyfox. Maybe that'll save us going through it multiple times.
Sure.
Thank you.
So 2A, pursuing further discussions with the city, Grand River Conservation Authority, the province, and other stakeholders regarding whether the consumptive use of non-municipal water can grow to the additional 20,000 cubic meters per day without being encumbered by significant risk issues to existing municipal wells or environmental constraints.
Okay, any concerns with that one so far? And Stan, Kyle, if there's any wording that you want, just chime in because now you're small on my screen. So,
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Hoyfox.
2B, pursuing a method to allocate the usable non-municipal capacity water to the township/county in a formal manner.
Any concerns? Okay.
Should, oh, should we use the word growth anywhere in there? Is that what it's implying?
No, it relates to the 20,000 cubic meters that
Okay,
they're saying is free for use. And we're saying, yeah, it's free, but we want to allocate it to us.
Yeah, we want some of the pie
okay.
if it's there. Okay, Ms. White Fox.
Okay, number 3, pursuing continued evaluation of impact to the natural environment by working with the city to utilize data from existing monitoring wells and identifying any new wells required to establish a monitoring network.
Good. Okay.
Number 4, pursuing the resolution of the measured stream flow reduction issue in the Aramosa River in the vicinity of Eden Mills by encouraging the city to expand their stream flow studies into Eden Mills area at Indian Road, and by discussions during the Regional Water Management Group consisting of representatives from the township, county, city, and all other affected municipalities, Lake Erie Source Protection Region, Grand River Conservation Authority, and other affected conservation authorities and the province.
Okay, any concerns with that one?
Fired up my wood chipper.
Sorry, Matthew, I muted you because you were ruffling some papers. Can you start over again?
No, thank you. It's just my neighbor just fired up my wood chipper. I think he's about to use it just outside my window, so leave me on mute.
Okay, I'll try to work with it here. All right, Ms. White Fox.
All right, number 5, continuing discussions through the Regional Water Management Group and other channels on whether the significant risk level in the wellhead protection area quantity could be reduced to moderate or low.
Any concerns with that one? Ms. White Fox, can you magnify it a bit so I'm not like this? I see Sarah doing the same thing.
Sure.
Can't see it. Oh, that's better.
Yeah,
Better.
there we go. Which one were we on?
We're on number 6 now.
Okay.
Pursuing with the city and the regional management group that all private wells within the area of influence of the city of Guelph Wells should be evaluated for the interwell movement of water between aquifers, and those identified with water exchange between the aquifers should be retrofit or replaced.
Good with that one.
All right, number
Right.
7, pursuing through the Regional Management Group A, the issue on whether the area under its jurisdiction qualifies for designation under the Ontario Water Resources Act for area management of the permits to take water. And B, the undertaking of further studies and established water management strategies to address cumulative impacts.
Comments, concerns? No.
All right, and number 8, forwarding the request for updated publication for all the large water users above 50,000 liters per day, including how much water is being taken on a daily and on an annual basis to the Lake Erie Source Protection Region and Grand River Conservation Authority for consideration in their work plan and for discussion at planned regional water management meetings.
All right. Kyle? You're muted, yep.
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button. Mayor Seeley, I would just ask a question of clarification for Councillor Bulmer. If that wording works, given what we just talked about, the fact that we're talking about sort of 2 different data sets, would he prefer kind of some specificity in that to talk about the city water users as well as the private permitted users?
Councillor Bulmer?
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear Kyle?
Yeah, I'm just trying, I heard his question, but I couldn't hear I couldn't hear Courtney. I'm trying to move to a quieter place.
He-
Well, that's worse.
Kyle's,
I heard what Kyle said, but I didn't hear the part that he was concerned about when the Courtney read.
basically what he's saying is that they're only going to ask for the updated publication on the permitted water users above 50,000 liters and is still not including the ones on the pay system in the city. I believe that's a summary, correct, Kyle? Yeah. So do you still want the individuals on the meters in the city of Guelph that are using over 50,000 asking for information, or how do you want to deal with that?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to ask. I don't think it hurts to ask if we can. I understand that they have some concerns, but it never hurts to ask. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kyle.
So Miss,
Mr. Mayor, I put the word deliberately all in there, encompassing the city as well. So if we like, we can elaborate that, including the city of Guelph. And the other question is, do we do the same thing with the cities of Kitchener, Waterloo, Kitchener, Cambridge, and that, or are we just concerned with Guelph?
I have to ask the consultant, do we need the data or even Matthew, are you concerned about the ones in all of the wellhead protection areas that enter Whistler?
Well, in my mind, this is specific to the water supply master plan for Guelph. So I'm thinking all the comments are specific to Guelph on this resolution, are they not?
For the most part.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good with just leaving it with Guelph.
Okay, and what I did not include in there was, and that that the above be forwarded to the city city of Guelph, the Grand River Conservation Authority, and the province.
When these get forwarded to the city of
And the
Guelph, does
county
that go
as
to,
well. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just the
That's
county.
okay. Does that just go to the staff, or how many of these resolutions land at the council level? Courtney, would you know?
I believe it depends on whatever their internal processes are for that. I think it's different depending on how they manage that through the clerk's office and with their staff. So I'm not sure.
Mr. Mayor.
At this point, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we could request City of Guelph Council, County Wellington Council.
Not sure if it's the right timing, Councilor Spoulos. Is it early?
I'm easy either way, as long as it's circulated to them.
So,
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I know that we can make a specific request to the city of Guelph that this be included as an agenda item, and then it will become part of their agenda package. That doesn't always happen if you don't make that specific request.
So the most recent experience that we had with the OPA for Clare Maltby is that we had a 2-week window to submit comments to the council, and they become aware of our concerns in the 11th hour. So I'm starting to lean towards, let's start putting it in front of the council as well, so that they're aware earlier in the process that we have concerns, so that hopefully we don't have to, be scrambling again at the 11th hour. So council, are you comfortable with just having this requested to be circulated on an agenda item for the City of Guelph Council? Councilor Goyda?
Yes, for sure.
Councilor Spoulos?
I'm okay with that. I just wonder what Kyle and has to say on that. Do you think it'll work? Will we be putting too much pressure on staff by going through council? In other words, get their backs up, or?
Through you, Mayor Sealy, I think really it's the choice of the council, whether they wish to send it to the City of Guelph Council. I've not been involved in the Clare Maltby situation that Mayor Sealy was talking about, so I'm not sure about the recent history there.
Okay, I'm fine in sending it to council as well as county council, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just as a correspondence item, so it's more for information to their council. We're not asking for a rebuttal from them directly, so hopefully they receive that. They understand it's just to keep them in the loop. Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, I see it just as transparency and increasing communication, and we should all be, concerned about this topic. So it doesn't hurt to do that, I don't think.
Councilor Ballmer?
Yes.
Are you comfortable with this being forwarded to the Guelph City Council?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I believe we've hashed out now. Kyle and Stan, you raised the one we dealt with, the wells that caused the travel of the water in between the different aquifers. You mentioned, Stan, the impact on the creek that's not covered specifically in this resolution? Do you need that in a resolution, or are you just fine with the word, the direction from council? How would you like us to proceed with that?
Yeah, I don't know, again, how politically it's done. You know, we all are guided by provincial policy statements and, you know, thou shalt not have an impact, thou shalt, you know, have, you know, I don't know the exact wording, but
I'll time you out there. So I guess what I should have said is, are you looking for us to give you permission to advocate for as close to zero impact on the Mill Creek as possible as our representative? That's the direction you're looking for, right?
that's correct.
So that's the question. Now, maybe Ms. White Fox. No, that doesn't need to be circulated to Guelph. So Ms. White Fox, how would we do that? Is it just, I know Stan's not technically staff, he's a consultant, but could receiving his report be and proceed as directed, and he's been directed to advocate on our behalf?
Sorry, I'm not following. Can you just explain a little bit more about what direction we're looking to give to Stan?
To advocate on behalf of Puslinch that any increased water taking has zero impact on, or as close to zero impact on Mill Creek. You kind of needs a threshold of what we feel is tolerable for these increased water taking. I don't know if that needs to be captured in a full separate resolution or just be verbal given direction right now.
And who would this be going to? Would this be Stan working with the city of Guelph specifically, or the province?
No, just stand to stand. Just
Oh. Glenn, I'm not sure if you have a recommendation, if this needs to be a specific direction in a resolution, or if it's like a takeaway for Stan.
I think it would be good to have it in a resolution, given the situation.
So Stan and Kyle, you wanted some direction, but I feel like we've covered it because we're going to start engaging the county. Stan, is it just the Mill Creek that you needed a little bit of direction on how you wanted to advocate for our constituents' needs? Is it just that, the creek?
Well, it's all of the, you know, waterways in the township. You know, you've got several that are cold water fisheries, and I think it's just very gratifying to hear council's concern about it, and I think that that does give us some marching orders really to pursue with, you know, the working groups with the city, you know, saying, you know, not zero is probably not achievable, but we are going to be looking at the original base flow in Mill Creek, not today's base flow because it's impacted already, but trying to go back to the original base flow and you know, trying to minimize you know, that any impact as much as possible. But we are looking to the Grand River Conservation Authority, perhaps the Friends of Mill Creek, for assistance, you know, with that. But having that direction is very important. Thank you.
All right, so we'll call the first motion to vote because we'll pen up a separate one for Stan and that. Is that fine, Councilor?
Mr. Mayor, what we could do is take the third motion, say pursue continued evaluation of the impact on natural environment, including cold water streams. Would that help you out on that, or do you want something more specific?
I want to do it separate because I don't feel it needs to be included in the one we're going to circulate to the city of Guelph.
Okay,
So
fair enough.
just
Mr. Chair,
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Bulmer.
I think it has value on its own being in with the city of Guelph. And we can deal with this other issue in a separate, because it's the other issue is township wide, and I think it deserves a broader understanding of the issue. So the resolution reflects the broader needs across the township, and leave it in for the one for the city because they have specific impacts to specific cold water features or whatever. So I don't have an issue leaving it in and dealing with it separately in a separate resolution.
Yes, we're leaving number 3 as is because it mentions the streams, and then we're going to speak specifically of a resolution to give Mr. Denhogue direction. Right? I think we're good. All right, so we got to pass that first one where we read the 8 items that Councilor Spillis pulled out. So last chance to speak to those. Okay,
Mr. Chair, Oh, sorry,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I got a seconder for that Councillor Sepoulis's motion.
Right. Can we get a seconder, please? Councillor Bailey. Good. All in favor. Councillor Goida,
Thank you, Councillor Zapoulis, for putting that together, and I'm in favor.
Councillor Spoulis,
I'm in favor, thank you.
Councillor Bailey,
Yeah, in favor.
and Councillor Bowman.
In favor.
All right, so now we need a quick resolution to give Stan some direction for, I feel that we should also, well, I guess it's in the first City of Guelph one, but in this one, we're giving him direction to advocate for as little impact on the water features within all of Puslynch. I mean, I don't think we need to pigeonhole you into just Mill Creek. That kind of covers Eden Mills. And then also maybe be beneficial to have a mention of the aquifer piercing wells, right? So we're saying to you that we want you to advocate to get them fixed, for lack of a more technical term. So I don't know, Councillor Spoulis, you're my go-to guy on these things. Do you want to end something up, or?
Council requests Hard Environmental to pursue the establishment of appropriate loss in cold water streams such that does not affect the fishery, and also to establish a plan to seal up multi-penetrating wells by pursuing it with the county planning department through the rural water quality program.
Stan?
Yeah, I would have said to identify, evaluate, and mitigate effects of multiple aquifer penetrating wells. So identify, evaluate, and mitigate the effects of the multiple aquifer penetrating wells is more appropriate. Some of these wells may not be doing anything, so it'd be good to identify them first and figure out which ones are the worst case and fix them.
Did you capture that, Ms. Hoyt Fox?
I'm just rereading it, just one moment, and then I can see if it's what we are looking for.
Mr. Mayor, I would assume you want to have Mr. General develop a plan first for costing purposes before we ask him to proceed.
Yes, I'm still hoping this is going to land mostly on the county's desk, but yes, that would probably make a lot of sense. Maybe include that in the resolution, Ms. Hoyt Fox. Maybe Stan, we can try and coordinate Kyle, yourself, myself, and Aldo at the county, or even if you do this, come in on Zoom, and we got to sit down and have some conversations and figure out if it's palatable to the county to take this over. If not, because that's going to affect a lot of things, and so.
And we're having weekly meetings, or very frequent meetings now with the City of Guelph, which is great, and we'll again raise this issue with them.
I'm at county tomorrow. I'll start the conversations and try and get all the lockdown on the meeting. Kyle, you work out of CW? Are you?
Yes, I do. I do have regular updates with Aldo, however. He's one of my multiple managers.
I just wasn't sure if you were ever at the county building.
Occasionally, once a month kind of thing. But yeah, actual office is at CW.
This way, if I make it.
So I just need a little bit of clarification. So if we're involving the County of Wellington and the Rural Water Quality Program, just are we just having Stan reach out to them to involve them in this, in the identifying and evaluating of these wells, or what exactly is the role that we want to see with the County of Wellington?
I think we're a little early. I think we need to have that conversation with the county first before we send Stan in.
Can I speak to this? Or
Sure,
will I
yeah,
wait my
yeah.
turn?
I need some help here. Go for it.
Thank you. Two things. I think we're combining two things into one motion that should be separate. I think we're talking about an overall vision statement for how we want to deal with Stan protects the natural environment, the surface water features, whether they're cold water or ponds or creeks or wetlands. And I think that's separate from the issue of reaching out to source water or rural water quality program. And I think if I were to say anything about the rural water quality program, the ask is we'd like Mr. Denhoad to inform Mr. Salas about the issue and the opportunity to open discussions regarding developing a program to address the issue and using the language that Mr. Denhoad suggested. So it's not a significant thing. It's a letter or it's a phone call to open that discussion, but let someone who knows what they're talking about start that discussion rather than any of us. Does that make sense?
Yep. I like it.
So, and separate the two issues so we can deal with them separately.
They can be in the same resolution though, can they not?
Well, I think one is a vision thing, a high level visioning piece, providing direction to a consultant, and the other is a very specific technical piece.
All right, so this is Fox, can you just, we have that the first resolution just deal with the creeks and that, as Councilor Bomer mentioned, the vision. And can you share your screen to see what we have?
Yeah, certainly. I can zoom this in if it's a bit hard to read.
So this is the first one. Do you want to read it again, please, Ms. White Fox?
So the first one, the council requests Hardin Environmental to identify, evaluate, and mitigate the effects of the multi-penetrating wells to determine the appropriate loss in cold water streams, so not to affect fisheries.
Is that good enough, Mr. Denhoad? Does that capture it well?
No, it didn't. I think we're mixing up the two motions. The multiple penetrating wells is not the same as the cold water issue. You're directing me to advocate on behalf of the Township of Puslinch and the environment, to the various groups that I'm going to be dealing with to minimize the potential impact on the cold water fisheries and streams. And then the other issue was the penetrating wells. Again, it's the multiple penetrating wells is not the issue with the cold water fisheries.
So take out the multi-penetrating wells component of that first one, Ms. White Fox.
Sure, yep.
Take that out. So council requests Hardin Environmental to identify, evaluate, mitigate the effects to minimize impacts on cold water fisheries. Now, Stan, is fisheries too specific? Like, I don't know where your area expertise is. Is fisheries all encompassing or?
Cold water fisheries is quite specific to a certain environment. And in fact, you'd argue that right beside Blue Triton property, there isn't a cold water fishery there anymore. So it would be broader to just include fisheries, I think.
Or even surface water features. As I say, this is almost too big to deal with today, in my mind. This is something that needs.
Yeah, in fact, base flow
so
is
like a mandate letter for Mr. Denhoad, and it deserves broader, consideration.
How do you want to deal with it, Matthew? You want to have them come back with a recommendation? How do you want to deal with it on another day?
Historical level.
I could go through all sorts of things we could put in here, but I think we need to look at the work that's been done to date in the township in terms of what was the purpose of the Mill Creek watershed study? What are the contexts of that? We look at the Irish Creek and how the actions have been taken to protect that and Puslinch Lake. There's a lot here, and I think it just warrants some thought outside of a council meeting to have these discussions, perhaps with staff, perhaps have Stan pull something together from his experience and his direction to help us understand what he needs, or we put it as part of our discussions at our service levels, because this is establishing a service level for Mr. Denhode to view all of the reports, all the peer review that he does through. That's, you know what I mean?
Mr. CAO, is that a good home for it to land on our service level review? Because as Councillor Ballmer is mentioning, it is increasing, you know, his work, and you know, and we can have a wholehearted discussion around this.
Yes, I believe that's a good recommendation.
All right, so let's change this resolution that, but for now, Stan, just know we don't want any impact, even though it's not an.
Okay.
I
understand.
So we'll just add that to the service levels review at whenever that is. I don't know right at this moment. Council consider higher environmental. How did you word it there, Councillor Ballmer?
Well, it's establishing the council's vision for how we assess impacts to the natural environment.
Council will have a discussion, Ms. Fox. How do you put something on the service level meeting that we have?
Sorry, and I just missed what Councillor Ballmer said, the impacts to the natural environment, be a discussion on the service level report.
Yeah, so then it would apply equally to all of our natural environment consultants. That when we council establishes a vision for what we want them to achieve on our behalf, it'll be apply equally to Stan or any of the natural environment consultants that relate to the same features.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the wording right here. The council requests that, sorry, go ahead.
Take out
Mr. Mayor.
natural and put environmental impacts. Maybe
Sure, and it doesn't have to be a resolution. It's just, let's just put it there so staff understands that that's what we'd like to have done there.
Yeah. We'll read right now. The council requests that a discussion take place during the service level report on council's vision on environmental impacts. What do you think, Councillor Ballmer?
Water.
Councillor, okay, he's good. Councillor Goida?
Yeah, I think it serves the purpose for what the intent is.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Goida, you want to second that?
Sure.
Thanks. Councillor Splos?
Yeah, I'm good with that. It's general enough that we can focus it when we go it through the service level.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Do we want to narrow it at all to be water?
No,
Okay,
not at the service levels, because it'll capture all our consultants.
that's good.
So we can kind of decide. Sorry. It's pretty straight. Councillor Ballmer, last chance.
I'm in favor.
All right, so in favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Splos,
Favor?
Councillor, who's up, Bailey,
Favor.
and Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, now we just gotta have a quick one about, so we need Hard Environmental to come up with a costing to prepare a plan. See, this is where we don't know the direction we're going with these reconditioning these wells, because I feel that if Guelph's going to cause an impact to these, that's going to cause a negative impact. That's a lot of impacts. I said earlier, I feel they should be footing the bill. So I'm hesitant to start, you know, paying Stan to develop plans that we're hoping will land in somebody else's hands. Maybe we're as a co-pay, but so maybe looking for a little direction on how you want to proceed with that, since this is pretty early. I'll just go, Councillor Goida. Or does anybody have any count? I want to
I
go
can
in
say
order.
something.
Yeah, you go, Councillor Ballmer.
Something similar to, if we're going to have a resolution, whereas the township's hydrogeological consultant has identified that multiple aquifer penetrating wells create a problem for rural water quality. when the water is being pumped by the municipal water takers, but we can leave that part out. And whereas the County of Wellington establishes the criteria for the rural water quality program, be it resolved that we request that the County of Wellington consider adding relining of wells to address multiple aquifer penetrating situations as part of the rural water quality program. We asked them to do the work because we're asking them to add it to the program. Does that make sense?
That makes great sense. Hopefully Ms. White Fox could type quickly.
I
And
lost
if they have
the last
questions,
bit of
they
that.
can reach out to Mr. Denhoad.
We lost the last little bit of that. What did you capture, Ms. White Fox?
I lost the be it resolved that the County of Wellington. And I
Be
didn't.
requested to add, and then Stan can put the proper wording in there. The lining of wells to address multiple aquifer penetration. I don't know what the proper wording would be there.
Yeah, we still have to do the identification, of those wells and then evaluate them, and
Right.
so there's many steps involved we're not going to just do all of these wells because some of them wells are 9. So there are steps that need to be taken, but I agree that, and these steps should involve the city of Guelph, the Blue Triton, the region of Waterloo. There's a larger group here that is responsible for the depressurization of that lower aquifer. So I agree that Wellington County is a good start, but
Yeah, this will get them to identify it in the rural water quality program, because I'm assuming that these other municipalities would have a similar program. They don't administer that rural water quality program for all of Ontario, right? So if we can get the county on board to start identifying this concern and possibly advocating for them to be retrofitted through whomever, but this is a good start to get the conversation started at the county. But
Well, then we can include in the resolution as we ask the county that the program be amended to include the identification, testing, and correction of these wells. So, and that they be invited to come and talk to us about how the program works.
okay, Ms. White Fox, where do you need some help here? Can we see the resolution, please?
Sure.
Why does it identify that motivating laws create a problem for rural water quality where water quality exists? And so the county of Wellington be request. So I'll read it out. Whereas Hardin Environmental has identified that multi-penetrating wells create a problem for rural water quality where large water takers exist, and whereas the county establishes the criteria for rural water quality program, be resolved that the county of Wellington be requested to report back on the rural water quality program and being, sorry. I want them to come report back on including retrofitting the deep aquifer penetrating wells
Yeah, multi aquifer penetrating wells to the program.
And they can come back and say yay, nay, sure, no, whatever they say.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just repeat that back on including the retrofit of.
You can put, sorry, but I know Stan's a little concerned about putting identifying and retrofitting, evaluating, put in there.
evaluating and retrofitting.
Definitely value retrofitting.
Of multiple aquifer penetrating wells.
Aquifer.
Aquifer. Yeah. Household word in postage.
Yes.
Penetrating wells.
All right. Can I get a mover for that, please?
So moved.
Okay, Councillor Ballmer and a seconder.
I'll second it.
Take Councillor Bailey's. I'm making you work a lot today, Councillor Schools.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that the first paragraph also say multi aquifer penetrating wells.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll read this one. So whereas Hardin Environmental has identified the multi-aquifer penetrating wells create a problem for rural water quality where large water takers exist. And whereas the county establishes criteria for the rural water quality program, be resolved that the county of Wellington be requested to report back on identifying, evaluating, and retrofitting the multi-aquifer penetrating wells. Moved by Ballmer, seconded by Bailey. Any concerns with that wording? No?
Can I just ask, are we asking the county to also be reporting back on the funding of this identifying, evaluating, and retrofitting, should it be required?
I mean, you can add that in there. We could also ask when they come.
Okay,
I'm okay with putting in a little other comma and the funding associated with creating such program.
Should be establishing or the funding required for the program?
This,
For the program, yeah.
this program.
Yeah, even just reporting on how the program, the overall program is funded.
They'll figure it out. All right, any other comments?
Should we add Township of Puslinch in here to keep it clear? I know it's a given, but
I'd rather not. I'm trying to make this a county issue, not a Puslinch issue. But I'm open to it, but we can, because I'm assuming there's some of these deep penetrating wells in Guelph Hermosa. Or Stan, are we the lucky member to be the sole owner of such wells? Not owner, but.
Not at all, Mayor Sealy. There's definitely these issues in Guelph Hermosa as well.
Perfect.
Great. Good.
Thank God. Okay. So everybody's comfortable with that wording? I'm gonna call in favor. All in favor, Councillor Goida,
in favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, I believe we're on to 9.33. Why is it not? My computer is not.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Councillor Ballmer had brought up a suggestion about a resolution regarding, I've written down how to allocate growth and the relation to the dependency on groundwater.
Oh, he did mention, and what he was referring to is that, I shouldn't put words in his mouth, it was that the Guelph water supply system is an open or majority open system, correct, Councillor Ballmer?
Consumptive.
Yeah, it's a full loss. It's a consumptive full loss system. Yes, that was referring to growth, speaking to the province about how they assign growth.
So then, I guess, Councillor Ballmer, do you want to pen a resolution that we ask the province to take the growth away from the city of Guelph?
Well, well, someone should be asked the question about assigning growth to places that, are growing beyond their capacity to support their own growth. So whether it's something we do at AMO or, I don't know if the rest of council is supportive of asking that question or changing how the province assigns growth. Maybe it's a question for the planning department.
I think it warrants a conversation because it is a consumptive system.
Yes.
And do we need Stan and Kyle here to have that conversation? Because that's more a political movement, right? Because I'd like to move on with their reports, and maybe we'll when we cut them loose, we can talk about
Sure.
that. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Ballmer?
Yes.
Okay. I know Stan's in the field and we're keeping him from his work, so. All right. Thank you for that, Councillor Bailey. 9.3.3, Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution for that, please?
Yes, the report ADM 2022-030 regarding DeCorso Enterprise Limited permit to take water be received, and that council endorse staff and hardened environmental comments regarding this permit to take water application, and direct staff to submit these comments to the Ontario Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks for their review and consideration.
And mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconder, Councillor Bailey. All right. Who wants to speak first? Kyle or Stan?
I'll speak first, Marceli, and turn it over to Stan. In front of you, members of council, Marceli, in front of you is a report regarding staff and hard environmental comments regarding the Victoria Park East Golf Club renewal of their permit to take water. It is listed as a new permit to take water. However, that's more of an administrative issue that we discovered when talking to the applicant. This is a renewal for their existing permit to take water. It is being requested for a 10-year permit. Comments are due to the ministry later this week, and attached to the report are comments from staff, which really focus on the water quantity policies, which I believe dovetail nicely into the technical comments that Stan has identified in terms of additional groundwater monitoring in particular. Another comment in the staff report is following council direction from last year is around the low water response conditions, which I would like to report back to council that since we've received that direction, we have provided that comment on numerous permits to take water as they've come up for renewal. And Stan, I'll turn it over to you to discuss your comments.
Yeah, there's just the the general issue of not knowing a lot about this well, and we had this discussion with the city of Guelph that there is no monitoring plan, there's no data associated with the renewal, so we all have this concern about where exactly is the water being taken from, and in terms of the well taking anyway, and so we're asking the region or the Ministry of the Environment to provide us with that information, or have DeCorso provide us with that information on a regular basis. But again, I raised the issue of the multiple aquifer penetrating wells because there's a no nitrate issue in that area of Puslinch Township because of the partially because of the Guelph Research Center there, and that the application of fertilizers, manures in that area, in that farming area. So there is this issue of the shallow water being contaminated, and the Carter well is already having some issues with nitrate as well. So we'd like to, not have permits to take water exacerbate those situations. So we need to know more about it. So we're just asking basically the ministry to provide and put conditions on the permit that require them to provide us with that information. Yeah, other than that, there's that's basically our comments on that water taking.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of questions. In regards to the request to add the low flow water response condition, it seems, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like the ministry is reluctant to implement reductions from the current taking as opposed to the maximum taking. I'm not sure what the rationale is for that, but it does seem like they've been more receptive to implementing increased monitoring during low water declarations. So I was just curious to find out if that's something we should be requesting as a condition to the permit, either as an alternative or as an additional item that would perhaps have greater success in being incorporated.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Goyda. Through Mayor Sealy, yes, you are correct in terms of the response that we have seen back from the ministry. They seem to be more open to the monitoring, definitely, as opposed to the conditions as was listed in the original council direction. So if that was something that council wished to provide some different direction on or some clarification to, then that we could start providing that to the ministry through the permits to take water.
Is there a benefit to asking for both, or is that redundant?
I'm gonna let Stan weigh in too. I don't see a problem asking for both. there may be there may be a situation in another permit that comes up that both would be appropriate. But Stan, I'll let you weigh.
I think it's appropriate to have both of them, Councillor Goida, because even though they're not immediately beside a waterway such as the Blue Triton well is, and that's the one we are concentrating on last year, but I think that they are taking from the aquifer and from the watershed, and I think it's important to recognize that and have a meaningful, effective reduction in taking if there's a low water advisory issued. So I think it's worth having both those resolutions or both those comments in.
Okay. And then my other question was, I find it kind of interesting that there is little information provided regarding the on-site well. I don't really know where I'm going exactly with that question, but is that normal for there to be a permit to take water application without really actually even knowing where the water is coming from? Like, it just seems so strange to me that would be the case.
To Councillor Goida, through you, Mayor Seeley, yes, I agree. And when we realized that that the actual well that they mentioned in their permit to take water is on the Elliott School property, then there's obviously something wrong with the permitting process that allows that to happen. So they've got to fix that and at least tell us which aquifer they're taking their water from. So no, it's very rare to see that, but
Okay.
that definitely has to be correct.
Okay, but that in essence is encompassed in the comments. Is
Yes.
that we're asking for that information? So I think we've got that covered.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Spillis?
Yes, asking for a 5-year term, I understand through the information you provided that you believe asking for 5 years as opposed to 10-year is a better way of approaching this in order to get some of the things we want out of the applicant. Do you still agree with that, Mr. Denhook?
Yeah, to Councillor Sepulus, through you, Mayor Seeley. Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's so much going on with the Carter well, the city wells, and not knowing a lot of information about this particular well itself, that waiting another 10 years to be able to comment on it is too long. So I think that having that 5-year period is appropriate. And having said that, we're always open, the ministry is always open for comments. If there's an issue with a particular well or we're concerned about something, we can always go to the director and say, hey, we're worried about that water taking. But nonetheless, these 5-year periods do give the town, it does allow us to focus our attention on it and to provide comments that we hope the ministry takes to heart and includes as it changes conditions or puts our concerns as conditions in the permit. So I think the 5-year period is appropriate.
Okay, a question of our CEO, Mr. Swindiger, would it be appropriate to, with our submission, ask that Mr. Denhook put together a letter requesting a 5-year as opposed to 10-year and state the appropriate reasons in the letter? In other words, give more credibility than simply having a council resolution?
Yes, I think that would be a good idea. When you ask for something that's a variance from the norm, it's always good to provide justification. Otherwise, they just deny it and say, well, you provide no justification. That's just an arbitrary number that you picked. So yeah, if we could give some type of explanation from our retained expert, that would be great.
Mr. Denhook, would you be agreeable to provide such a letter?
Through Mayor Seeley to Councillor Sepulus, yes, I can provide that justification in an email or a letter if necessary.
Great, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Kyle, I just had a question for you. You mentioned the draft water quantity policy that's not yet, well, it's still in draft form. And I seem to remember you've sent similar comments that were still draft. And I think it was to the province. if they aren't adopted or aren't accepted, what's the process with when they are official, having them put into the permit to take water?
Yeah, certainly, Councillor Bailey through Mayor Sealy. So the policies, when they will be adopted and become legally in effect, will require the ministry to go through all existing permits to take water in the area. So in this case, the wellhead protection area quantity for the city of Guelph, which encompasses most of Puslinch and a good chunk of Guelph Hermosa, as well as all of the city. And so the ministry would be required to go through all the existing permits. This would be one of them, and determine whether or not the bulleted points in the policy are already met in the permit, and whether there needs to be any additional conditions, terms and conditions added. So what we're seeing is by telling them kind of ahead of time that this is draft and this is coming, we do see some uptake. Not always, but we do see some uptake from the ministry where they will add some of these terms and conditions now, knowing that they will need to do it in the future. But if they chose not to at this point for whatever reason, they would still have to look at it again. And timing is probably 2 to 3 years from now, but they would have to look at it in the future. So
Okay, good. So it might be in their best interest to adopt it early, save them the work down the road.
And through Mayor Sealy, we have seen that in the county. We have seen that with some of the ministry permits where they have issued, permits with some of the conditions that are listed in the policy. So.
Okay, thanks. And my last point is more of a, we're seeing of all the different reports we've had today and other ones in the past, in line with Councillor Goyda's comment, it seems a little strange that a lot of the water data is not available. And I'm just wondering, is there any discussions? Is there any opportunity to be pushing, whether it's provincial government, to be including all water data to be made public? Is there any push anywhere, or is that something this new organization, Kyle, or it seems like it should be available?
Yeah, agreed. I agree through Mayor Sealy to Councillor Bailey. I agree with you. So the province did commit to this as part of the water quantity framework about a year and a half ago when it was approved. So better transparency and more available data was something that they committed to. So that's definitely, I think there definitely is an opportunity to sort of query them on, or push them a little bit on where that's at. I suspect the answer will be they're working on it and it's not quite there yet. Yeah, certainly there is an opportunity, and we could do that if you wish at a staff level or through council, however you wish to do that. But that I think, it's been over a year. I said a year and a half. It's maybe been 14 months since the water quantity framework came into effect. So it may be good to check. At this point, though, we may not get an answer until after the election.
Right. Good. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bomer?
No questions.
Well,
What?
yes. Okay, Ms. Whitefox, did you amend the resolution to include what you heard from Councillor Goyda? I don't know if Councillor Bailey, if you had something you wanted to add to the resolution there?
And share my screen, Mr. Mayor. I included the letter to be prepared by Hardin Environmental regarding the length of the permit, but I didn't include Councillor Goyda's comments. So perhaps we could share the screen and then just repeat those.
Councillor Goyda?
Something to the fact that in addition to requesting reduced water taking during low flow advisory, the request for additional monitoring during low flow advisories is also requested. That wording is probably not correct, but
It's not bad. Kyle?
Mayor Sealy, if I may, it would be helpful for staff if it is council's wish that this be kind of a broader comment, that be reflected there, so that we would then provide that comment not only on this permit to take water, but other permits to take water too. So.
Do you have a recommendation?
So yes, so
How would you like to word it?
that in addition to requesting reduced water, that now it was council direction in June, so that in it, so I don't know if we would want to reference that previous council direction, but it could be that in addition to requesting reduced water takings during low flow advisories, that staff also request additional monitoring during low flow advisories for during their review of permits to take water. And then it's broad. Sorry, that staff also requested. Yeah.
Sorry, during low flow advisories.
Yes, staff also requests additional monitoring during low flow advisories for permits to take water that they are reviewing.
Renewals.
Yeah, that are under review. Yeah.
Under review.
Thank you.
Just a question, is that
Okay.
appropriate to be in this DeCorso specific resolution, or should that be a separate resolution on its own? Procedurally.
So you're
I'm-
asking is it similar to what we were talking about earlier with the creeks? We're kind of giving a broad direction for all permits to take water, or are we just specific to this one? I guess Councilor Goody, you're asking if council would want to have a larger discussion about all permits to take water and having that as a direction versus this being specific to Sorso.
I initially was just asking about this specific permit to take water, but what I'm hearing from Kyle is that it would be beneficial to have this direction for all future reviews. Is that right, Kyle?
Through Mayor Sealy, yes, that was what I was saying. That's correct.
So procedurally, or can we put in this resolution that we give staff direction to take this opinion on all future permits to take water?
Good. This one and all future.
Yeah. And it captures what you want. Did you capture that, Ms. White Fox?
So did you would like it within the resolution for the DeCorso, or would you like to separate them out and have it be
I
that?
don't want to do another.
Okay.
No, I don't want it to be another resolution. I just want to put a line in there, and this
Just
request,
becomes a new standard.
yeah, this request be included on all future submissions for permits to take water renewals, or however you want to word that.
Specific and all future.
Mr. Mayor,
Got an extra new in there.
Yes.
20 blocks after future. Okay. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I wonder if
Yes,
we
sir.
can also apply that clause with the 5-year instead of the 10-year. In other words, and let this request apply to this specific renewal and all future renewal requests. Tag that on also on the 5-year permit instead of 10.
Giver. Council, you comfortable with that? If you're not, speak up. No, it's good.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that? I was just taking a note.
And instead of 10-year for the specific permit to take water and all future permits requested under review. In other words, to take
Feedback.
the last clause you had in take take the class on your second last paragraph. Yeah, and tag that on the end of this one. And I don't think we need a report. I think a letter, a letter report that would be.
Right. Do you want to have the resolution read out loud? It's entirety. Ms. White Fox.
The report ADM 2022-030 regarding to Corso Enterprise Limited permit to take water be received, and the council endorse staff and Hardin environmental comments regarding this permit to take water application and direct staff to submit these comments to the Ontario Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks for their review and consideration, and that in addition to requesting reduced water takings during low flow advisory, that staff also requests additional monitoring during low flow advisories for this specific permit to take water and for all future permit requests that are under review. And that council requests that Hardin Environmental prepare a letter outlining the justification that this permit to take water renewal should be a 5-year permit instead of a 10-year permit for this specific permit to take water and all future permit requests that are under review.
Sorry, Councillor Bailey, I've forgotten what you mentioned, and Kyle picked up on, said he might need direction from council on it.
Yeah, it was in regards to the water quantity framework and the commitment to transparency and the sharing data. Wondering if we can put that in after the third paragraph there.
So is that the specific ask, or who's to share the data? The ministry has it, or who has it?
Mayor Celia, sorry, it would be the ministry. That's the data that we would be looking for. It was a ministry that had made the commitment to starting to provide that data. So it would maybe be asking for an update of the ministry from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. The council, truck staff.
The council.
I'm just, yeah, regarding the provision of provision of water taking data outlined in the Ontario Water Quantity Framework.
Sounds good. For this and all other and all others, or just this?
No, this one would be this would be yeah, you could add that. Yeah, actually you could add that to the end. Yeah.
Nudge, nudge.
Okay. Any concerns with that addition? Councillor Goyda?
No.
Councillor Spillis?
No, I don't. Just that last paragraph, I would think we got, after that, take out the word this permit, because you mentioned it twice already. This is in the last paragraph. That, okay.
Sorry.
You mentioned this permit twice in there, so I just delete one.
Sure.
That's right. Okay, good.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Councillor Bulmer, any questions? Need any clarification?
No, good work.
Okay, so I think we're going to call this one. Anything from you, Ms. White Fox? Are you comfortable? Good?
Yes, thanks.
All right, all in favor, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spose,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Here's terrible. All right, I believe we are on to 9.3.4. So I'll have Ms. Whitefox read that resolution. You can table it.
The report ADM 2022-031 regarding Conestoga Badger Incorporated ERO postings be received.
You're gonna move for that, please. Councillor Spose, seconded by Councillor Balmer.
Yep.
All right, Kyle.
Thank you, Mayor Sealy. Mayor Sealy, members of council, the report in front of you is in response to a council resolution regarding an Environmental Registry of Ontario posting that was updated by the ministry in the last month or so. It is in regards to the Conestoga Badger Inc. site located at 6678 Wellington Road 34 in the township. As council, I believe, is aware, there has been an ongoing series of discussions with Conestoga Badger, their consultants, the ministry staff, township and county staff, and the various consultants regarding the various approvals required for this site and the application submitted. The correspondence that was forwarded to us and Hardin for review is related to the air and noise environmental compliance approval, which is an outstanding application with the Ministry of Environment. It has been in with the ministry for well over a year. And the ERO posting, the Environmental Registry of Ontario posting, was just an update to the status of where that was at in the ministry's review process. A decision has not been made at this point. Myself and Stan have taken a look at this and discussed. We don't have any further comments at this point on the air and noise application. However, we will all be providing comments, or both be providing comments during any future Planning Act applications, as well as the waste environmental compliance approval, which would be the, I hesitate to say main, but it is the main approval for the site when we get there. The air and noise approval is obviously an important approval as well, but the waste approval actually kind of dictates what they're actually doing on the site. So that's the update. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Stan, did you have any comments to add?
No, when I saw that this was related to the air and the noise, I didn't have any comment, but we definitely have comments on the wastewater aspect.
Okay. Councillor Goyda.
Thanks. I just want to confirm that even though there's no specific comments provided as it relates specifically to the air and noise application, the other components of the resolution are still valid. So I'm just wanting to confirm that staff are still requesting a dialogue with the ministry and object the application until it complies with zoning. Is that, I think that was a resolution from the previous meeting, so that still stands. Is that correct? Staff?
Yes, Councillor Goyda, that's correct. We've
Okay.
been engaging with them since the last meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Spose.
Yes, I have a question for our CEO, Mr. Swindiger. Given that this is to do with air and noise, would it make sense to hire a specialist in these areas to provide comments to the ministry? Because obviously it's certainly outside the expertise of both Mr. Davis and Mr. Denhoog.
Yes, I would definitely agree. It's beyond the expertise we have of our staff, of our consultants that we normally use, ecologists and hydrogeologists and things. So yes, given the nature of this type of application, we as staff would definitely recommend that.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I would ask that make a motion that staff engage a specialist in noise and odor to provide comments to the ministry on our behalf.
I'll come back to you. I'll just let the other councillors comment first and I'll come right back to you. Councillor Bailey.
No, I don't have any comments, but I like where Councillor Poulos is going.
Councillor Balmer.
And just one clarification question for Mr. Davis to help me make sure we close all the gaps here. My understanding is this posting would be for a noise permit or related to a dewatering facility. Does that mean that there'd be a separate permit required for the water that's produced by a dewatering facility?
Yes, yes, Councilor, through Mayor Sealy, that would be the waste approval. So we have had discussions even going back probably 12 months with the ministry on this. And one of those meetings, the ministry did clarify that in their opinion, there was no need for a separate wastewater approval, so that the wastewater would be associated with the waste approval. And then there's the air and noise as a separate approval. So that would be the waste environmental compliance approval application that we're waiting for submission so that we can comment on.
And that's because they consider it's liquefied soil is equally liquid to what the coming out of the dewatering.
Yes, through Mayor Sealy, yes. The discussion we had with the ministry, it's going back, I think in maybe June or July 2021, was that in their opinion, the water coming out of the soil or the liquid slurry is also part and parcel of what they're handling with kind of the solid aspect of the waste. So in their view, it made sense to be approving both aspects of that together in the waste approval, as opposed to separating into an industrial sewage or wastewater approval and then a kind of solid waste approval. So they're looking at both aspects.
Okay. Councilor Spools,
Yes.
you had a motion.
Yeah, I have a motion that we request a staff to hire a specialist in noise and odors to provide comments to the ministry on our behalf. I'm concerned. I understand where both Mr. Davis and Mr. Denhoog are coming from. It's outside their expertise, but certainly I think we'd be remiss if we didn't do something, have somebody look at this, because it is offensive noise-wise and odor-wise, and to the residents in the area. We should know about it, and we should be voicing our concerns to the ministry.
Need a seconder for that, please? Councilor Goyda. All right, any comments? Staff, do you need more clarification for that, or do you need a budget set for it, or?
I just had one clarification question. Is this in response to the ERO posting that we would be engaging these specialists, or would it be form part of a review of a planning application where we would engage these specialists?
This is part of the ERO posting. In other words, this ERO posting is strictly dealing with the noise and odors.
Well, we'd want to share that information with the planners when it's going through a zoning change or amendment, because it could have some implications on.
Absolutely, I agree with you, but we wanted to be done this as part of the ERO and provide comments to the ministry, and whatever consultant report comes back, it's obviously going to be part of the planning process.
Yeah, okay.
So, Mr. Chair, just for further clarification, as part of a planning application, staff have received an acoustic report. So just in terms of that clarification, if we were to have that be reviewed by an acoustic specialist, it would be part of the planning application that's pending, and we are already proceeding with that. So I'm just trying to figure out how the two processes, the separate permit from the ministry and our planning application are going to run concurrently, because we're in the middle of a review on an acoustic plan at this time.
Would the one that you have in your hands already, did they use the houses as receptors?
I don't know the details. I'm just the odor part of that wasn't something that we have right now, which we can certainly ask for, but we are working with a report that we have, and I'm just wondering if we can kind of continue with that through our planning process, or if we need to do something differently to have those comments kind of expedited for the ministry permit.
Which has more urgency, the ERO or the planning?
It's hard to say, because we've not received a timeline from the ministry about when they'll stop taking comments. They've officially closed the commenting period on this already, but they've said it's under active review. So I don't know when they're planning on no longer considering it active.
if you had to put a best guess, the planning process that's underway, is it going to come to fruition in a relatively near time, or?
Yep, we've been working for quite some time, so I'd say it's coming close.
But we still, from what I heard you say, we still need someone to take a look at the odors. Are noise and odor specialists the same person generally?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know that for sure.
All right. So Councillor Sepoulos, we don't know the particulars of that. And that noise study that was you're reviewing was provided by the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we likely, I would suggest, Councillor Sepoulos, we'd want to have our own experts
Absolutely.
take a look at this. So I think we're going to go our own way. Do we need staff? Do you need a ceiling on the money to be spent, or is this a fairly marginal amount of cash, or what?
So we are having it peer reviewed, as is our best practice with anything that comes in with a planning application. So that peer review is already underway for the acoustic portion. So if we want to note the odor portion, we would want to get maybe a costing on what a specialist like that would charge. But the peer review for the acoustic is already covered under our flat fee that we charge the applicant.
So Councillor Sepoulos, yeah. But
Mayor, if I may
ahead.
help the situation, perhaps all we could do is to send an email or a letter to the ministry saying we have engaged consultants to review the odor and noise aspects of this as part of the planning process, and we will be submitting those reports to you as part of our comments on the CRO. In other words, tell them that we're still working on it. I didn't
Okay.
realize we're doing it as part of the planning process, which is great news to hear.
Ms. Hoyt Fox, are you allowed to share the acoustic report that was submitted, or is that confidential still?
It will be made public once the application is deemed complete. So that will be provided to council when they consider the application, but not yet.
ahead of-
Mhm.
Okay, I guess the question for councillors are, if you're comfortable waiting to see the peer review and, the reviews through the planning process, and then submitting to the ERO once those are complete, or if you'd prefer to spend some money and maybe duplicate some work, but have our own consultant do the odor and noise, get that work done in a quicker time frame and submit to the ERO. So I guess that's what we're looking for direction on. Councillor Goyda?
I guess the use, the air and noise would go along with the proposed use, which has not been approved because the planning hasn't been, because the zoning hasn't been done. So would it not make sense to first get the planning application sorted out and deal with this through that process? I just don't know what benefit it is to add these comments about the odor and noise through the ERO before we even know if the planning application will go through, I guess. I don't know if that's making sense.
Well, they've put us in a pickle. They've applied for something that they don't have permitted use for ahead, right? So we're in a pickle. So I understand what you're saying. I guess it's just the level of comfort we have in letting the planning process continue and hoping that the ministry doesn't provide the permit, as Councillor Sepoulos is alluding to them, is that, hey, we're working through this on the planning side. Please don't give them the permit until we've completed this. And then we just have to be comfortable with knowing that there is a possibility that, the opportunity to make comments on the ERO may evaporate, but it may not, right? So
Yeah.
I'll let you think about it. Councillor Sepoulos, do you want to say anything more?
No, I'm comfortable just telling the ministry that we're working through this. We're having our peer review of the noise, and I would ask that staff also do likewise have a peer review of the odors, because odors could be more offensive than noise, especially at night.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, it sounds like we need to initiate an odor.
Oh, can't hear you.
Sounds like we need to initiate an odor study, but I think I'm comfortable seeing what the peer review of the noise that's currently in place is.
I guess one question I would have is if they're not in compliance with their zoning, are they operating in non-compliance and there's actually odors to measure? Right? Like, I just thought of that now. I don't know, staff, if the activities on the site have ceased until they've finished the planning and permitting process through the MNR or whatever it is, whoever it is. Because there's no sense in hiring an odor expert if they're not creating any odors.
Right.
Mr.
Bertie?
Chair, the activities have not ceased. And so I know that the comment that we had from the last meeting was just really reinforcing to the ministry that the township objects to any ministry permits being issued in advance of zoning approvals. And I think that needs to remain our stance, whether it's air or waste. We object until zoning is in place.
Okay, so they're operating, we could end up hiring an odor specialist. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're on the right track with the already engaged a peer review that should be finished. And I think I think if we want to do anything, we just ask staff to share that peer review of the noise with the Ministry of the Environment for the ERO posting. I don't have enough to know whether we need an odor consultant yet. I know they're applying for a permit for noise and air, but I don't know if that's dust or odor. Perhaps through the planning process, we'll see if there's going to be an odor issue, if they provide. I don't know enough about the ERO posting to know if they've applied for an odor emissions piece as well. We went through all this with the Royal Canin, so that odor can be a significant issue and it can be addressed, but we need to know if it's going to be an issue. So I'm happy where we are. We've told the ministry no permits till we get through the planning, and we've got a consultant to deal with the noise. And if odor becomes an issue through the peer review, through the planning process, we'll have to engage an odor consultant. So I think staff has it well in hand at this point.
All right, so Councillor Spoulos, I assume then your resolution would have to be slightly modified. What was your resolution?
I will not make a resolution then, because the staff have in hand through the planning process. I'm fine with that, and then the information can be forwarded to the ministry after the.
Ms. White Fox, sorry, Councillor Spoulos cut you off there a little early. Ms. White Fox, you planned on submitting that or reaffirming our position that we would not like to see a permit issued until the planning component is complete?
Yes, correct. The plan was to actually send Mr. Davis's report along to the ministry, and we can reaffirm what we've talked about here.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay, so what was the resolution? There's not really much change to the resolution then, for the original one?
We
934.
could perhaps add that the report be forwarded on to the ministry. It was just to receive it for information.
And that we reaffirm our position on the issuing of a permit. I don't think you'd forget, but you never know. We had a mover and a seconder for that.
To Councillor Sapoulis and seconded by Councillor Goida.
All right, all in favor, Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right, I believe that's the last one for Mr. Davis and Mr. Denhoed. Oh, no, Blue Dragon, I forgot. I knew there. Where is it? What number is it, Ms. Whitebox?
10.1.
There we go. I was hopeful. I'm hungry. All right, you want to read that resolution, please?
So at this time, it's just to receive correspondence item 10.1 for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Great, Councilor Bailey, seconded by Councilor Spillis. Hardin's report. Does he go first this time, Kyle?
Yes, Mayor Sealy, I didn't have any comments on this. It would be Hardin's.
Where'd he go?
Mr. Chair, he did send a message that he only had 1% battery, so I think he's dropped off now. He was
Uh-oh.
out on site there, so I think we lost him.
Sorry about that. All right, well, is he gonna try to connect, or are we just going to? I guess we'll have a discussion. All right. Councilor Goyda, hot seat.
I just got a message from him as well. He was trying to go through his computer, but his computer laptop battery just finished as well. He was trying to keep them both going for this meeting. So discussions took longer than he anticipated this morning. So I don't think we're going to be able to reconnect with him.
Okay. All right, yes, Councilor Goyda.
Well, that throws a bit of a wrench because I did have quite a few questions directly for Stan. I really all my questions were for Stan.
He just said he could Zoom by phone. So let's try and see if we can get him connected.
Okay.
Maybe
Okay.
do you want to go on to another item or something, or take a break or something?
Let's take a break. 1:30. Maybe he can start his car and charge his phone.
Okay.
All right. See everybody back at 1:30.
Recording.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Quick roll call. Councilor Goyda,
Present.
Councilor Spillis,
Present.
Councilor Bailey,
Present.
and Councilor Bulmer.
Present.
Okay, and we're on to 10.1 with Stan. Go ahead, Stan. Quick summary. You there? Uh-oh, you're muted, Stan.
All right, am I in the room then?
Yep, you're in.
Okay, all right, great, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm at a little disadvantage. I don't have my computer on anymore, so I can't see the correspondence, but in general, we reviewed the permit to take water and had some comments on it compared to the original permit to take water and noted a couple of things. And one of the things that we did note was a change in one of the conditions that when Blue Triton takes a certain volume of water per month, then there was a requirement for some increased monitoring. And that condition was removed. And we just felt that, that condition was important. It was put in for a reason back in that 2013 permit, in basically in response to some of the pumping tests that was done. And once the ministry felt that a certain volume was reached, then it merited some additional monitoring or reporting. And that condition was removed. And we were disappointed to see that removal. In the same respect, and there was an addition of additional monitoring during low flow advisory, which is great. It was nice to see that recognized. And so there is an opportunity now for the township to be advised of additional monitoring. And actually, I think that there's an agreement for the township to see and actually review that monitoring during the low advisories, which we're happy to see. Other than that, there was some things that we requested the ministry to do for us in terms of that permit. I'm just drawing a bit of a blank. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. So if there's a specific question on that permit, I'd be happy to answer it. Then we also reviewed the annual report, which we're satisfied with. Their reports are very detailed and obviously include a lot of data, and we're happy to see that information be provided to us and have chance to review it on behalf of the township. And I'd say there's very few things that we're particularly concerned about. We raised a couple technical issues about you know, the fact that we had a very surprising spring last year. Virtually there was no recharge in the you know, through the ground in the winter time, and that not only affected some shallow wells, but we did see that reflected in the in the upper bedrock wells, and we just note that. And the reason we note that is it's just a reminder that there's more going on than just the water taking, you know, in all the permits to take water in the township and by the city. Mother Nature has her own, you know, her own agenda, and there are drought conditions, and there are some, you know, reduced recharge conditions. And I just, when I raised this in the open meeting with that Blue Triton held, I just raised it as a concern that, you know, I wanted to make sure that Blue Triton was able to, you know, pivot. For instance, if there are conditions that dictate that there are lower water levels, there's lower recharge, or a drought occurs, you know, is Blue Triton able to pivot and reduce their taking if necessary? Or, you know, the other concern I had is, you know, is there going to be a situation where one of their other plants goes down and they all of a sudden need to ramp up their taking all of a sudden, and so then these things, you know, become in conflict with each other? And the answer I got from Andréane, you know, was satisfactory. You know, it's a highly unlikely that we're going to see, you know, a sudden increase in taking at the same time as you know, drought conditions or poor recharge conditions occur. You know, their taking is market driven, and as we've seen historically, you know, in fact, it's been going down for the past number of years, and it may ramp up again, but it's a slow progression. It's not a sudden jumps that we're concerned about. So I raised that as a concern. But and then our final comments are, again, just hoping to get everybody in the same tent. The Grand River Conservation Authority, the Region of Waterloo, the Township of Puslinch, you know, major takers in the Aberfoyle area, and the City of Guelph, and look at the absolute impact today and going forward on Mill Creek and the natural environment, to make sure that, you know, the township, you know, isn't going to be in a position in 25 years from now that's saying, oh my God, why did we let this happen? So I think we need to have you know, that group together so that we can be satisfied that we have enough forward thinking, that there's enough water available, you know, in the township, you know, for growth, you know, in addition to, you know, the increased taking that is allowed underneath the Blue Triton permit to take water. So those are, you know, general comments that I had.
Okay, thank you, Stan. Councillor Goyda?
Thank you. Thanks, Stan, for coming back. Yeah, like, thanks for your report and for always being available to answer questions. I can't say that I'm new on council anymore, but I can definitely say that I'm still new to being able to understand hydrogeology, and I've definitely gained a greater appreciation for the science and the knowledge involved in both producing and analyzing the data. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
As it relates to the Blue Triton specifically, there's an enormous amount of information, monitoring data to be analyzed, dating back many years. And I still find it incredibly difficult to make sense of it sometimes. But one of the questions that I have, and I really do apologize if I'm trying to oversimplify a complex system, but when it talks about groundwater models indicate a reduction in base flow to Mill Creek, is that a concern that is driven definitively from the pumping from the Blue Triton well, or is that a bigger issue than that? Are there other factors or takers that are affecting the creek?
To Councillor Goyda, through you, Mayor Seeley, in this case, the groundwater model was generated specifically, and that model report was specifically for the increased taking at Blue Triton. So when there was a certain percentage, I can't remember, 2, 3, 4% down at Side Road 10, impact on base flow to Mill Creek, that was specifically from the Blue Triton well. And then we get another report from the region of Waterloo saying something similar. You know, when they ramp up their taking from the Cambridge East wells, there's also a certain impact on Mill Creek. And then now we hear from the city of Guelph that again, you know, there's expectation that as growth occurs, there's an additional impact. So this is where I start to get concerned and want everybody in the same room saying, oh, when is enough? And so that is that tier 3 group that Kyle Davis talked about, and that we've been trying to, you know, that I would, you know, fully endorse being part of is, you know, where, you know, what, you know, just to make sure that there's somebody looking at the entire picture. And my problem is I don't know if the tier 3 had all of the water taking from Blue Triton and Aberfoyle area included with the maximum taking from the city of Guelph over the next 20 or 30 years, including all the maximum taking from region of Waterloo as well. So all these factors going on all have an impact on the base flow.
Okay. And along those same lines, one of the recommendations, it's recommendation number 3, it recommends that Blue Triton participate in a regional analysis of the cumulative impact of water taking from the lower aquifer and impact on base flow to Mill Creek. And this sounds like a great idea, but my question is, and I think you've answered it already, but this is not a Blue Triton only project, is it? Like this is meant to be, if it's a cumulative impact, it would be, we're recommending that this is like a multi-stakeholder type analysis. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is. But it is in recognition of the modeling that Blue Triton has done themselves. And then they reported on that saying there is an impact. You know, we've registered an impact down as far as Side Road 10 of a certain percentage of reduction in base flow. And so I think then, you know, obviously they're a large water taker. They are a 100% consumption water taker, similar to the city of Guelph and the region of Waterloo. And so they have a different impact, say, than the aggregate companies who recirculate their water and they lose water through evaporation, and a smaller percentage of that water is lost. So I think everybody has to be at the table. But no, definitely, it definitely includes, you know, the major water takers, because they're stakeholders in the permit to take water process, and we want them at the table, you know, to have, you know, to have their say, I guess, and to, you know, because they, you know, also are an industry in the township of Puslinch, and it's an important industry. So we need to have them, you know, going along with us to make sure that, you know, whatever resolution is made on absolute change in base load to Mill Creek, that we can all live with.
Okay, and then just my last question is, do you have any ideas or any examples of how to initiate such a project? How would we start something like that?
Oh, I think it started, and I think Kyle mentioned it, it is this tier 3 group that is, you know, scheduled to meet in 2022. So it's already underway, and there's, you know, and I just, I wasn't aware of it at the time that I made these comments, but there is a group that is supposed to be looking at, you know, this level of impact. And Kyle mentioned that, you know, it used to be funded by the ministry and by the government, but now, you know, it might have to be the major stakeholders, you know, in this South Wellington Basin, shall we call it, and it has to be the region of Waterloo, the city of Guelph, major water takers in the township of Puslinch, you know, that all have a seat at the table.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, Mr. Harden, you mentioned, Mr. Denhook rather, you mentioned in the following statement: is our recommendation that the township, along with the Grand River Conservation Authority, and major water takers on Mill Creek subwatershed establish an upset limit to the impact of Mill Creek that guarantees the integrity of the fishery. So I know we have the Friends of Mill Creek, and they're concerned about the Mill Creek from I guess fishery point of view and sustainability point of view. Would it be something that we could request them to undertake? In other words, they have conservation authority there. They have the major water takers adjacent to it there, like Dufferin. They have City of Cambridge, et cetera, in there. Is that something that would be appropriate?
To Councillor Sepulus, through you, Mayor Seeler, I think that's the most appropriate, or one of the most appropriate methods to do this. They have so much local knowledge about the creek, and they've been working at this for many years. I personally, see a lot of the data from the aggregate companies, from Blue Triton on stream flow measurements, and we can definitely, help out with that aspect. But the Friends of Mill Creek, they've been counting the fish. They've been in the creek, doing improvements, and it would be really great to have their comments and their concerns raised. What have they been seeing over the past 2 decades of change in Mill Creek, and what are they concerned about for the future? So absolutely, I think the Friends of Mill Creek is an important piece of this puzzle.
Okay. Going to your recommendations, one of your recommendations is recommendation to request a Blue Triton assist in development of plan to identify multi-penetrating aquifer wells within their area influence, evaluate the movement of water through wells, and develop a mitigation plan. Now, Blue Triton sent in a letter to the township, or email rather, April 20th. I don't know if you received that, but they have 3 monitoring wells that they in place that could provide associated raw data. So if they have that in place, is this recommendation still necessary?
To Councillor Sepulus, through you, Mayor Seeley, yes, it's definitely necessary. These wells that Blue Triton just talked about are the state of the wells, are state of the industry. Like, they are the best that you can get in the industry, and so we're happy to have those. But they have been isolated in various units throughout the various aquifers. So it's not an open well anymore. They provide data from individual units, and which is fantastic. And they tell us, once you see the data, I'm sure they will tell us that there is this potential for water movement from the upper aquifers to the lower aquifers, but it's the open wells that are drilled, beside these in the hamlet of Aberfoyle that I'm concerned about. Not Audrey Meadows, but Aberfoyle Meadows, I think it's called, across the street. They still have some open wells there also. So it's the open wells that were drilled for water supply purposes, either for the small subdivision there, or for historically in the hamlet. Those are the ones that concern me.
Okay. All right, and last point, 2 questions on the last point. You make a recommendation that the township should be considering a bylaw prohibiting the construction of multi-aquifer penetrating wells in the areas of influence of the region of Waterloo municipal wells, the City of Guelph municipal wells, and industrial wells, and Aberfoyle wells, Aberfoyle area rather. And all multiple aquifer penetrating wells should be identified, evaluated, retrofitted with liners that are found to allow movement from the upper bedrock to lower bedrock. I agree with the second statement. The first statement, do you not mean to say that prohibiting construction of aquifer penetrating wells without a liner? In other words, if they put in a liner, is that then okay?
Councillor Sepulus, through you, Mayor, yes, I stand corrected. You are correct that it is the unlined wells that I'm concerned about. So if a well driller is cognizant of this issue and they drill a well case it, or they seal it all the way to the lower aquifer, then that's fantastic. That's what we're looking for. That's what the city of Guelph has done with their own wells. And so, you know, that is the ultimate goal that we would like to achieve. So you are correct.
Okay, so a question for our CEO. Do we have the authority to issue such a bylaw, or is it something that has to come through from the province? I'm not too sure about something of this. It sort of seems to be a multi-jurisdictional issue, this water within our township.
Sorry, Councillor Sepulos, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat that question?
Well, the question, the recommendation from Mr. Denhoger says that the township should be considering a bylaw prohibiting the construction of multiple penetrating wells in area of influence without a liner. So do we have the authority to issue such a bylaw?
Yes, municipalities do have the authority to issue those bylaws. I know that there's a number of examples in place across the province, but we need to just confirm that the specifics for this location and the justification for doing so, and that we would definitely look into it. But yes, it is possible.
Awesome.
Okay, so that's great news. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be making a couple of motions with respect to engaging Mill Creek, Friends of Mill Creek, and with respect to this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Well, there's been a lot of great questions already, so a lot of mine have been answered. I guess a detailed question is just in regards to the point about creating a bylaw prohibiting the construction of multi aquifer penetrating wells. An example, I think, Stan, you had mentioned was residents that do geothermal on small lots that need to go down instead of out. Could that be satisfied with a liner being used?
To Councillor Bailey, through you, Mayor Seeley, I don't know. There are issues obviously with the thermal wells, and their whole purpose is to have that heat exchange either with the aquifer water or, I'm not sure if it's just fluids within the well itself, but there is definitely an issue with the geothermal. And I know the city of Guelph has mentioned those wells in our discussion, and they're concerned about those wells also. So it's not only the water wells, but it's my understanding that geothermal wells are wells and do fall under the Reg 903 jurisdiction. So we would be looking for that we would be looking to also have those geothermal wells follow the same guideline, if that's possible.
If it's possible, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think Glenn, you mentioned, my other question was, are there other examples where other municipalities have created such a bylaw? And it sounds like there are examples within Ontario.
Yes, there are that I'm aware of, and I know I've been involved in at least one of them. What I would want to look at, though, the situation where that bylaw was put in place, and where many of them are put in place, is so that it is for protection of the municipal water supply. So that if you're saying you can't drill any more water supply wells, the alternate supply then for residents is to use the municipal water supply. We don't have one, so if we put the standard format of bylaw in place, we could be preventing access to water for someone's lot, which obviously would be problematic. So there are examples of these bylaws, but we'd have to check the specifics with regards to this type of application of it, and how we would have the mechanics of it work.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Denhoed. I'm pleased to see that there's some opportunity or potential opportunity to deal with the creation of new cross aquifer connecting wells. But I understand the concern that was identified by the CAO that in some cases we are given the ability to permit or prohibit, but not the ability to regulate And since the province already regulates the construction of wells, I'm glad they have that. And if we can build on that and reinforce that, that's great. And I'm looking forward to seeing a report for staff on that. Regarding the Friends of Mill Creek, they typically have been involved with them for a long time, and typically they do not, wouldn't necessarily comment on items, but they're more than willing to share data. So if the interest is to, for them to share the monitoring data they might have related to the fish counts they've done, the species counts, that kind of work, they'd certainly be able to share. The challenge would come, they typically don't comment on specific development applications. So this is outside that scope. So it might be possible for them to comment, understanding they haven't met due to COVID for quite a while, but it'd be an interesting ask because their interest is usually directed by landowners' interest. So if they're approached by a specific landowner to do a project, they do a project, they do some general monitoring. So it's been an interesting ask. And for Friends of Mill Creek, we're asked to come up with a target. So it doesn't hurt to ask, but it's a little bit outside perhaps their mandate.
Thank you, Councillor Bulmer. Mr. CEO, would you have any general comments about using, third-party or grassroots organizations as almost, I don't want to call them experts. Probably preferred that we use people with credentials, I would say.
Sure, and not to cast any doubt on the great work that the group has done. Typically, though, our advice would be is if you're establishing something like this, it's for a purpose, and someone's going to be on the other side of the purpose, whether it be the industry or whoever. And if recommendations or suggestions are brought forward, the question's immediately going to come up, well, what's the professional qualifications or justification or credentials of the people making this? If it's a concerned citizens group without a verification or credentials or professional accreditation or something, that could be challenging. So kind of building on what Councillor Bulmer said is if they have the data that they'd be willing to share with such a designated expert, I think that might be a better approach.
And a second question I have, leading into what Councillor Bulmer was mentioning, is I'm nervous about a prohibition bylaw because, earlier in the day we were talking about drilling our own monitoring wells to create a program for Southern Wellington. So do we have the ability to require a certain standard of well in order for a permit to be issued? I guess that's the same question Matthew mentioned, is that province regulates it, but.
Yeah, I believe so, but it's been quite some time since I've been involved in that, and I know there's been some changes in some of the approach from the province. So I'd have to look into that and get back to you.
Yeah.
May I ask a question on that?
Oh, I'll stop talking for sure. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Master. Could we, as part of staff's review, could we also look at the what's it called, the site plan control for include this kind of work as a site plan control for developing a rural lot? That it's one of those pieces they have to. It's confirmed that it's built to a certain standard. It's like, as opposed to having it as a bylaw, maybe it's an option to consider.
Yeah, we could take a look at that, but if I recall correctly, and perhaps Stan could speak to this, or Kyle, I'm assuming you're saying, well, if you're going to have somebody drill a new water supply well for a private residential property, my understanding is now that the drillers are licensed and regulated, and they have to do it to meet those specific standards. So that might be covered by that, but maybe I defer to Stan on that one.
Yeah, Glenn, the drillers obviously drill their wells to Ontario Reg 903, and that's great. But I guess there was a question about whether or not we're going to prohibit or somehow limit the ability to get water. And I want to assure everybody that that is not going to happen. That is not the intention of this. The drillers have passed through the upper aquifer into the lower aquifer, to get that water. All we're suggesting is to, as you pass through that upper aquifer, to case that off, or to line your well down to that water source that you're going after. So I think that adding a standard of care, because of this special situation of the lower potential in that, the lower water levels in that lower aquifer is appropriate. And I'm glad to hear that Glenn has got some experience with, that kind of possibly more on the prohibition of wells in a municipal area where you have municipal wells already. But I think that if we can't do it on the municipal side and have a bylaw, then we would be going to the Ministry of the Environment and asking for a special provision area, in the area of influence of the water taking in this area that forces well drillers to line their wells down to that lower aquifer.
Okay. Councillor Boner, did you need to comment on that again?
Oh, no, you continue talking, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you got me. Yeah, I wasn't trying to infer that we would be restricting access to water. I recognize that we want these things lined, and I was nervous about, I'd prefer to take a standard adoption process versus prohibition. Then you also leave it in the hands of staff. If building official gets an application for a well and they want to do hydro G and they have to drill down, then there can be some leniency, but that's way down the road. But I think we're on the right track here. Councillor Spillis, I believe you had a resolution you wanted to table?
Well, yeah, first of all, the general resolution, Mr. Denhoog's report suggests that the recommendation of the Township of Puslinch are as follows. This is on their second last page of their report, or for Councillor Bulmer's reference, the penultimate page.
So you wanted to add to it, though, did you not?
No, I want to endorse the recommendations. In other words, that council endorses the recommendations cited in the recommendations put forward by Mr. Denhoog in his report.
Okay.
And further to that, I heard the discussion with respect to engaging Friends of Mill Creek. I understand the concern. They're not experts, but they do have property owners, big property owners such as Triton and Dufferin Construction. Perhaps we can phrase that the question to them is what would be the appropriate process to establish a appropriate upset limit to the impact of Mill Creek that guarantees integrity of fishery. So in other words, ask them to come back and they'll say, well, look, we got the expertise here from the Grand River Conservation Authority, use them. Or Triton may say, well, why don't you engage so-and-so type of thing. I think I'd like to use them, but if there's a resistance to using them, we should hire our own expert and then find them. I'm happy to go along with what Councilor Bloom is saying, is just ask them for the data to provide to our expert.
I'd prefer to leave it with staff to decide who we use as an expert, but definitely engage Friends of Mill Creek for their data. Similarly to other things, we usually, oh, my internet is unstable. Yeah, I just don't know what qualifications they have to recommend a consultant for us, so I'd be more comfortable leaving that with staff.
Okay, so then I'll rephrase the motion
We have a
that
quick discussion.
that staff be requested to address how to best establish an upset limit to the impact of Mill Creek that guarantees the integrity of the fishery. In other words, let them come back with whatever process they think is appropriate.
Perfect.
And likewise, with respect to the multi-penetrating aquifer wells, I think we have to lead by example. In other words, we're asking all these other private companies to do so, to start considering lining their wells. And I think it's appropriate that we consider looking at this issue ourselves. So again, I would like to put it to the staff come up with a report to address how to best minimize the number to minimize the number of multiple penetrating wells in our area of influence.
I just want to interject there. I was hoping that that component would be on new multi-penetrating wells. The existing
New,
one,
absolutely new. Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is going forward. Yes, absolutely going forward.
okay. Ms. White Fox, do you have that captured?
I believe I do. So I have that the recommendation that council endorses the recommendations put forward by Hardin Environmental in the report. That council directs staff to address how best to establish an upset limit to Mill Creek in order to guarantee the success of the fisheries. Sorry, I may have not gotten that wording right. And that staff report back on how best to address and minimize the number of new multi-aquifer penetrating wells in the area.
Stan, are you comfortable with that last component?
Yes,
Wording?
yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, it doesn't include the specific lining component. That's good. Okay, that's, I need a mover for that. That's John. Seconder for that, please. Councillor Bulmer.
Sure, yeah.
All right. Okay. Any comments on that before I call the vote? Councillor Bailey. I'll come to you
Yeah,
next.
in our last discussion, when Kyle was here, we were talking about the rural water quality program. So I'm wondering where that fits into this.
The
this
wells.
proposal. Pardon?
Though that one will deal with the existing one. This component will hopefully deal with any new ones trying to.
Okay. Okay. That clarifies it, because I was concerned why we weren't dealing with older wells that are probably more problematic.
Yeah, we will. We'll get there.
Okay, that's fine then.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. Yeah, just the first part of that resolution, I didn't quite hear it all. Did it include Friends of Mill Creek still or not? I couldn't quite tell.
No,
Uh,
no,
go
it
ahead.
didn't, Council Bulmer.
Okay.
We left it up to staff to develop how to best obtain this information.
Thank you. And then just one friendly amendment I would suggest to build on Councillor Sapoulis's excellent words regarding starting at home on this. Do we know from our own well records if our own wells are multi-penetrating wells?
Stan's laughing at it. Stan, do you know?
No, I think it's an excellent point, Matthew, but I don't know at this point. No, I'm sorry.
Then perhaps we can add to the resolution to evaluate. What were those 3 words you asked us to include in the other resolution, Mr. Denho?
Identify.
That's identification, evaluation, and mitigation.
Then perhaps we could include those 3 words for our own wells to look into those, our own wells, and for future budgets to address the problem if it exists.
Mr. Council Bulmer, I would suggest we leave the previous motion as addressing your concerns, because it was to look at all wells that penetrate multi aquifers. So that would, in my mind, would include even the township well. So this particular motion I'm suggesting is dealing with new wells.
I got it. Okay, I'll go with that. But let's keep the thought in mind that, you know, going forward, ours will be on the list.
Yeah, I like to have a clean house too, you know?
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Any further comments?
Sorry, I do have one more question. Are we aware, I think this is probably a question for Stan, do we have any existing of our own wells that we know of that are multi-aquifer penetrating that we can test like, do we have any data to show whether there is any contamination moving from upper to lower? Is that something that we could look into and include in this report back as to what the actual risk is, what the data is currently showing? Is there any value to that?
To Councillor Goida, through you, Mayor Seeley, I'm pretty sure that the Puslinch Community Center well is multi-aquifer penetrating. But the issue is, the study itself to evaluate, how much water is moving through. It isn't trivial, unfortunately. It means, removing the well, removing the pump, putting the velocity meter in. It's a bit of a chore. And what I would like to see is identifying empty wells, identifying abandoned wells, or wells that don't have a pump in them, at this point, and establishing for sure that there is an issue with this, with this water movement, and then identify a certain area where the issue is, and then doing a lot more detailed work on retrofitting the wells, but at this stage, I think it's too early, Councillor Goida, to do that on our individual wells.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions before I call the vote? Ms. White Fox, are you comfortable with what you captured in the resolution? Need any clarification?
I think the one item that isn't included in the current resolution is just about the possibility of implementing a bylaw. Is that something that you would like staff to report back on?
The intent of that second resolution was requesting township to come back with how best to do it, and the township comes back saying a bylaw or not a bylaw, or through the site plan review process, whatever the appropriate mechanism is.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Vollmer.
In favor.
All right. I believe we are going back to 9.3.2. Is that correct, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, it is, and I believe Mr. Bunn is here for that.
Who gets the pleasure of reading the resolution out for 9.3.2?
I can read out the resolution. So it's just that report ADM 2022-027 entitled the first quarter communications report be received for information.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Somebody? Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Goida.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Bunn.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report is to provide council with the first quarter of analytics for our new communication platforms, both Twitter and Facebook. This report, as you'll see, has a ton of data in it that we provided. So given this is the first time we're coming to council with such a report, if there is any feedback in terms of what you'd like to see in the next report moving forward, or if there's things that you don't want to see that have been covered, we'd be very interested in hearing that as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions that may have come out from the data that we provided for today.
Thank you. Councillor Goida.
Thanks. I don't have any questions, but it's definitely pretty fascinating how much analytical data can be produced from the various platforms. I think it's really good. I think it's excellent that we're looking at this and reviewing the trends and the patterns, and to see what content is engaging, and also how effectively advertising money is being spent, which I think will be a real benefit also to the Recreation Committee, who is working on some advertising ideas. And I think from the reach that's shown in the various charts in the report, I would say that the digital launch has been very successful so far. I think that this is something that will only continue to grow, and I think this is a great addition. So thank you very much.
Councillor Spools?
No, great work. I'm glad we moved into the 21st century with doing all this stuff. I'm still old school. I'm trying to learn.
Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. I just had a question. It's on page 3 of the report. And it talks about the township's target audience is unique compared to traditional businesses, because our focus is on a particular geographic area rather than a consumer profile or customer profile. I'm just wondering if you can speak to a little bit about what the target audience is for Puslynch.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, what we're saying there is that the target is not as specific in business. So in business, we can pick on, you can mark it down to a general demographic. So whether that's young people, old people, if you're looking for people who live in a city, rural areas, like you can really pinpoint that through your analytics and through your purchasing power on social media. Here, what we're saying is we're not doing that. We're just going to citizens of the township of Puslynch within that geographic location. It's just not specific, is what we're saying there.
Okay.
As specific as business can be, sorry.
Okay, so then can we tell from some of this what percentage of the people using, and I don't know which I've done here, are adults versus seniors?
That's actually
Is
a good
there
question.
Way to know that.
Let me just see if I can get you that answer, Councillor Bailey. I don't have that specific right now. I believe through the platforms we are able to see what the reach is through age demographics. But if that's something that you're looking for the future, we can be able to produce that for you.
That would be great. Yeah, more from a perspective from the Safe Communities group. If we're trying to target like fall prevention, we might want to target seniors versus, whatever. To know that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
No questions, but thank you very much. It's always good to be able to track the effectiveness of these things because, like Councillor Sapoulis, I'm sort of tin can, string and button technology. But so I don't understand this, but I'm glad someone does. So thank you.
I'm glad we're getting more engagement with our residents. This is excellent information. All right, so we have the mover and seconder for that, I believe, Ms. Fox, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so all in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spools,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right. All right, now we are on to the filming on properties and streets within the township of Puslynch, 9.3.9.5. Ms. Whitefox, if you can read that resolution, please.
That report ADM 2022-032 entitled Filming on Properties and Streets within the Township of Puslynch Policy be received and that council adopts the policy as presented or as amended.
Thank you. Mover for that, please. Councillor Balmer, you moving that?
Yep.
And second by Councillor Goyda.
Sure.
Mr. CAO, quick summary.
Sure. This has been before council a couple of times already. There was one issue at the last meeting that was addressed as outlined in the report. So we've made the modifications to address that concern. So I believe that we're in a position to give final approval to this, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I don't have any further comments. I appreciate the clarification on the policy versus bylaw issue and the adjustment of content on private property. I have no further questions. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Spoolis.
No, I have no questions. Thanks staff for persevering and getting this through so far.
All right, Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. I'm debating about suggesting this, but when you do sort of a Google search on filming locations and stuff, the term film friendly comes up as desirable. And since we're trying to, promote this as sort of an economic, development kind of perspective, I just wondered if we could call it the film-friendly policy.
Sure, we could do that if that's council's wish. We could easily change the title to that. And then when we, I believe at a previous meeting, you had asked about how would we promote this, and I indicated we could do it on our website. We could phrase it there as well that, Puss Lunch is a film-friendly location, and here's the information that pertains to it. We could do the same thing there.
I'd like to leave the name the same, but I like that idea of promoting it on the, somebody Googles me, it passes the film-friendly bylaw? I don't know. Are you adamant that we change the name, or can we just promote a son?
I'm not adamant. If we're trying to encourage it, we should roll with what people are looking for, and they're looking for a film-friendly location. And if we have a film-friendly policy, it might just, I don't know, draw people in. But I'm not
Jeff will
married to
promote-
it. It's fine.
Jeff will promote the snot out of this on Facebook and Twitter and have some more analytics for you. All right. Councilor Bellmer.
Thank you, and I appreciate, as mentioned before, I appreciate the amendments the staff have made to get this through, and so I look forward to seeing the results of this. Thank you.
Great work. Glad to see it come to fruition. All right, all in favor. Councilor Goida.
In favor.
Councilor Spoulis.
In favor.
Councilor Bailey.
In favor.
And Councilor Ballmer.
In favor.
All right, now we go to 3 people.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so Fox, do you have a resolution for this one?
Yes, I do. So it's the report ADM 2022-033 entitled Sunrise Therapeutic Riding and Learning Center Site Plan Control Agreement Request be received. And then we're looking for some direction from council as outlined in the report.
Okay. Taking a mover for that. Well, it's got to be Councilor Bailey and seconded by Councilor Spoulis. All right, Ms. Whitefox, you want to give us a little synopsis?
Certainly. All right, so this report is a follow-up from the Sunrise delegation that was received at the May 4th, 2022 council meeting. The request was made for staff to report back on the possibility of waiving the cash in lieu of parkland dedication fee and the requirement for securities in respect to the site plan control agreement. So just some general information. Site plan control in general is used for non-residential developments, and it's to ensure safe and orderly development on the property. It can also ensure developments adhere to specific design standards and apply development controls that protect sensitive land uses on neighboring properties. The purpose of the securities as it relates to those development site plan control agreements is to ensure that, if a development goes sideways for different reasons, it could be insufficient funds, it could be the sale of the land, that it doesn't come to fruition. The township would be able to draw on the securities to cover the costs associated with making the property safe and or restoring it to its original condition. The securities are guaranteed funds to complete these works, and the funds also ensure the development is completed within the time set out in the agreement. So whether it's 2 years or 4 years, it just ensures that if it kind of drags on past that the township's able to have that mechanism to come in and make sure the work is completed. And without securities, and if remedial action is necessary, the township is then put in a position to perform the work and cover the costs, and then attempt to collect those funds from property taxation. And then just the purpose, again, as outlined in the report, for cash in lieu of parkland. So this is in lieu of dedicating land. The township has a bylaw that establishes a fee that can be collected, and this is to go towards parks in the township or other recreational uses. And so our bylaw does set out how this is calculated based on the land use. Particularly it's through zoning and the use itself. So institutional, commercial, residential, they all have different calculations that are set out in the bylaw, stipulating what that fee should be in lieu of dedicating parkland. And so the report outlines a lot of that detail, the legislation of where those requirements come from, and just a little bit of information to council on if council so chooses to waive the fees, what sort of precedents that may set for future development applications, and then just outlines the direction that staff is seeking. So we are looking for council's direction on whether or not to waive that cash in lieu of parkland fee, and if and how security should be included within their development agreement. And I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hoy Fox. Councilor Spillis.
That's a question of our clerk. With respect to reduction in the security requirement by 50%, are staff comfortable with that reduction?
Yes, staff have had some initial discussions with our engineer and our CBO as well. And it seems as though upon that initial review, there would need to be a further look at things. There is a good comfort level with seeing that reduction in 50% and still being able to restore the property if needed.
And then with respect to the fee in lieu of parkland, what is the amount of that? If we were to waive it, what would be the amount that would be waived dollar-wise?
So the bylaw sets out that it's 5% of the value of the land prior to the day before the building permit issuance. So we would have to, there'd be more investigation that needs to go into calculating what that fee would be for an institutional use.
I see. Okay. All right, Mr. Mayor, I would support retaining the security requirement, but at the reduced rate cited in the report, in other words, 50% reduction. We still have as staff have pointed out, sufficient funds in there to protect us in the event something does happen. With respect to the parkland, the fee in lieu of parkland, in principle, I'm okay with waiving it, subject to any further discussion we have. Might change my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Spillis. Councilor Bailey.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think I'll just cut to the chase. I'm in favor of waiving the cash in lieu of parkland. I understand.
You have to lean in, Councilor Bailey. We can't hear you.
Oh, this laptop.
There you go. That's better.
Township laptop. I'm in favor of waiving the cash in lieu of parkland. I understand from the legal advice that it's not considered bonusing, and if it's in the interest of the municipality, and I do think it is. Interesting search, Town of Halton Hills had a report where they waived the cash in lieu of parkland, and it was for institutions such as senior housing, affordable housing, or other land use that provides the public benefit. So I think this falls into that category. I don't think there's any precedent setting with a nonprofit like this within the town of Busselynch creating or building something of this sort of magnitude. So those are sort of my reasons for that. And in terms of the security deposit, I wondered if we could have sort of some wording around staff identifying the lowest possible reduction of the overall security amount that still satisfies the ability to sufficiently restore the property to a safe condition in the event that this is necessary. So I know Courtney just mentioned it was sort of a preliminary discussion, and I'm hoping maybe with more detailed discussion, we could bring it down to a little, as low as possible, but still satisfying the needs of the township.
Okay.
And that's all.
I'm supportive of waiving the cash in lieu of parkland, and I'd like to have that discussion of just modifying that wording. I can support that. It would still leave it with staff, and it may stay the same and maybe at 50%, but if we give them a little bit of leeway that they can go a little lower where they're comfortable, I think that's a great direction. So I'll take that as a moved resolution amendment. And John, do you mind seconding that so we can discuss it?
Sure, I'll second it.
All right, you're up.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I just don't want the staff to be compromised. If they feel they have to stay at the 50%, and that's the case, I don't want them to feel pressure to reduce it just for the sake of satisfying us. I think they should be realistic with what they need. If they need 50%, and that's what they need.
Okay. All right, Ms. Whitefox, did you capture that?
Yes, so we're just looking to determine through working with the proponent and the township engineer on what the most reduced security requirement would be and incorporate that into the site plan control agreement.
The most reduced that still protects the township.
Sorry, did you capture that we're supportive of waiving the parkland dedication fee?
I did, yes.
Any last questions? This goes way faster when there's only two. All in favor? Councillor Spoolis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and I'm in favor. That's carried.
I think we should keep the other councils away now.
Even Matthew's giggling, I can hear him. All right. What
I get a
council?
tissue to wipe my tears.
Yeah. We're supposed to go to 9.3.8, but I'd like to deal with 9.3.9 because the decision coming out of 9.3.9 may influence your decision for 9.3.8 because they're related. Does that make sense? Because they don't want to be identified on the Heritage Register, but then we have one that is identified and they're asking for a permit. So this is exactly what would happen. Oh, Council, oh, Jeff, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I actually have an update on the 9.3.8 that might interest council. It's a good news. The property owner has asked to withdraw this request. So staff had discussed with them on late Friday some of their concerns related to being listed on the Heritage Registry. And after our discussion, they were satisfied that it does not impact any kind of future plans that they may have for that property. So this report can be withdrawn at council's approval.
All right. I have never done that before. So what's the procedure? Do we have to pass a resolution to remove it?
Mr. Chair, we could receive the report and then just make note that the objection letter is formally withdrawn.
All right. Can you read that resolution, please?
So it would just be that Heritage Report 2022-003 entitled Heritage Register Objection Letter for 4227 Wellington Road 35 be received, and further upon discussion with the property owner, the objection letter is formally withdrawn.
Excellent. Mover, please. Councillor Spillis, second by Councillor Bailey. All in favor, Councillor Goida?
In favor.
You moved on my screen. Somebody turn the camera. Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Excellent. And 9.39, Ms. Whitefox, you could read that resolution, please?
That report HER 2022-004 entitled Application for Partial Demolition on Property Listed on the Heritage Register as 6872 Wellington Road 34 be received, and that council approve the applicant's request for the partial demolition of the non-heritage attributes as presented in the application for 6872 Wellington Road 34.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Balmer
I move.
and seconder? Councillor Goida, thank you. All right, Mr. Bunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the purpose of this report is to inform council that we have received an application for partial demolition of a property that's been listed on the Heritage Registry. That property is 6872 Wellington Road 34, and the request is to demolish the garage and two enclosed porches, which were built in 1970. Staff have taken this request to the Heritage Committee to receive feedback, and the committee was unanimous in their agreement that the demolition should be approved by council. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Balmer, anything?
I can provide some additional feedback that relates to both the previous item and this one. That might help council understand some of the work that the Heritage Committee is doing on these kind of requests. The part of the confusion that arises here is the terms that are used in the act. It's the property that's listed that is on the registry, but it's the individual buildings that are looked to be protected. So once the property is listed, it suggests that all the buildings are listed. And so what the Heritage Committee has decided to add to their work plan for the future is, now that we have a heritage registry with the properties, they want to go through each of the listings and narrow down, make sure the language in each listing identifies which building and which features of the building are the pieces that qualified it to be on the registry, so that future requests can be quicker and easier to manage, and to avoid, concerns from residents who want to have their property removed from the listing. So it's just a matter of cleaning up and clarifying each listings to help maybe even get to the point where staff could make some of these decisions. If the heritage registry clearly identifies that the part that is asked to be demolished is not part of the heritage structure, then it's something staff could deal with more quickly. So there you go.
Thank you for that, Councillor Bowman. Any further comments? Okay, all in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
and Councillor Bowman.
In favor.
All right. Now we're on 9.3.10. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution, please?
That report HER 2022-005 entitled Revision to the Township Heritage Register regarding the description of the property municipally known as 4347 Concession 7 be received, and that council approve the revision to the description of the property from James McLaren House to Peter McLaren House.
Can I move for that, please? Councillor Bowman,
So moved.
Councillor Goyda, second.
Yep.
All right. Any comments? Oh, sorry, Jeff Blunt. I guess there's much to say.
There really isn't, through you, Mr. Mayor, other than I'll just make note again that the Heritage Committee did consider this request as well and is in agreement with what has been proposed by the property owner. Thank you.
I do recognize there's not a lot of information to say to us, but it's always nice to engage the staff members that, built the report. So we build on our relationships. It's all good. Okay. Any questions or comments from council? How about you, Councillor Bowman?
I'll save time. No.
If you got something to say, we got time.
But what's interesting here is that it was nice to see that the landowner became involved in the process, has an active interest, and the change, I don't know if council picked up on it, it's really just a change of the name from, it was, I believe, originally named for the son, and now it's changed to the name of the father. It's the same family. They were both there at the same time. It was a educated guess on the part of the team that was putting the registry together as to who might have actually paid for the construction of the house. And it was just a clarification with the current landowner that led to the change.
Great work.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All in favor, Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
and Councillor Bowman.
In favor.
Thank you, Mr. Bunn. Next, we are on to 9.6.1. And why don't I have that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, all right. Ms. Whitefox, we have a resolution, please?
That report PW-2022-003 regarding the tender results for the 2022 asphalt program and Gilmore Road culvert replacements be received, and that the tender for the 2022 asphalt program be awarded to Cox Construction at their tendered amount of $853,575, inclusive of the non-refundable portion of HST, and that the tender for the Gilmore Road culvert replacement be awarded to Cox Construction at their tender amount of $524,856, inclusive of the non-refundable portion of HST, and the remaining portion of funding required of $256,797 from the 2022 approved budget be funded by the Gravel Roads Improvement Discretionary Reserve, Canada Community Building Fund, and the roads and related services development charges, and that council authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the required contract documents.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey.
Yep.
All right, I believe this is Mr. Fowler's report.
Yeah, so basically the purpose of this report is to seek council's approval to award the 2 contracts to Cox Construction for the Gilmore Road culvert and the concession 7 asphalt paving. I'm happy to answer any questions regarding procedure. I asked any questions financially, please direct to Mrs. Sam.
Excellent. Councillor Goida?
I don't really have any questions. This one definitely hurts a little bit, especially after so much work's gone into building that gravel roads program. But at the same time, these are projects that need to move forward. And I think if there had only been one bid, maybe it would be worth considering pausing and trying again. But from the sounds of it, the bids are competitive and there was quite a few of them. So I think waiting probably could just drive the cost up even more. So I'm in favor.
Excellent. Councillor Spillis?
I'm in favor. Just a suggestion for staff. In the future, when you have multiple contracts going out that are going to have the same people bidding, you may want to consider putting in one contract a clause that says reduction to price if awarded 2 contracts. I've done that in the previous, my previous life. In other words, if somebody knows that they can get 2 contracts, they can offer a reduction. In other words, their setup time, their allocation of sites and all that sort of thing is reduced. Just a suggestion for staff to consider in the future.
All right, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I have no questions. Thank you.
And Councillor Bulmer?
No questions, thanks.
All I'll say is Cox Construction is going to be very busy in Wellington County this construction year. At the Roads Committee, we approved a bunch of tenders for them. So I guess I would have a question for you, Mr. Fowler. The timing for this is there any concern that Cox maybe spread a little thin with all the contracts that have been awarded through the county?
Not to my knowledge. It was indicated that as soon as we could get approval for these tenders, Cox is quite eager to begin with Gilmore Road culvert. So I assume that I have faith in their construction scheduling and they must feel that they're well prepared.
Yeah, they were the low bidder on a bunch of contracts at the county, so they sharpened their pencil. Councillor Goida, I know it's very expensive, but as you can see in the bids, some of them were double. So it's unfortunate that everything is up because of the COVID and the war in Ukraine. All right, all in favor, Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
Favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
And Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
All right.
Can I just?
Believe we're off.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. Can I just ask logistics? I assume Gilmore Road will be closed then while that's happening?
Yes, that's correct. So
Yeah.
basically by the timeline we're looking at now, construction and road closure will not commence probably till the end of June when majority of school buses will be done for the summer.
Excellent.
All right. Council reports, I believe. Don't really have much to report on, but I do want to make mention of the storm that came through on, is that Saturday? And I received a couple emails from residents after the storm came through, and they're very appreciative of our staff, how quickly they were able to clear the roads of a lot of very large trees. And I think that's indicative of the quality of individuals that we have employed here. And maybe Mike could speak to it. I believe we had 2 people in on the Saturday doing 10 hours overtime each on their long weekend. And maybe Mike, you might want to give council maybe a heads up if there's going to be a little bit of service change, as you can tell them the number, how many trees you have down, and adjusting staff to deal with these trees that are down. I think you may mention that some mowing might not be happening this week due to the ongoing cleanup. So just, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem. So obviously, at the beginning of the week, it was under expectations due to the number of trees that we have recorded down. I think it's close to 80. The ask is that I borrow some of our parks workers to assist with Public Works to try to expedite the cleanup process. It turns out we're moving along pretty well. We've been able to continue offering grass cutting services for parks, mainly playing fields. So whether it be soccer or baseball can continue. It's just the outlying, we'll say the grassy areas that people walk their dogs on type of things that may be cut or delayed a week. Again, all roads are open. Hydro has opened all the roads that they had closed. So, we're probably looking at a 2.5 week period before all roadside limbs and debris are removed. But I'm quite confident that, we'll be able to offer both services with a little bit of a service reduction in some parts, but nothing that I don't think council would really be concerned about.
And maybe you gave access to, was it the ORC, to some residents on Maple Leaf Lane?
Yeah,
Correct?
so that's correct. I was initially notified by Councilor Ballmer that there were concerns from Maple Leaf Lane from residents indicating that they were still without hydro. So the ask is that we open our ORC recreation facility for washroom, shower facilities. Staff was able to accommodate both the advanced polling for the elections and be able to accommodate the residents. Even today, there's still a couple residents that are still utilizing these services. And we even have a garden hose out of our maintenance shed for, watering plants, flowers, pets, things like that. So it's worked out really well, and it's kind of a good news story through this.
I'm sorry to keep you on the hot seat, but you said 80 trees, but was there quite a few trees down at PCC? I think there was one down at Old Morriston. How many trees did we lose at PCC?
Well, our number one priority was clean up Old Morriston right away, and then we moved on to PCC. We had several large trees all along Maple Leaf Lane come down, which affected the parks. One of a large Manitoba maple at the PCC, but they're all cleaned up now. So we're now concentrating on trees that are in front of households or properties. Any trees that are along right of ways that are within a forested area or in front of a gravel pit, things like that, those are last on our priorities. So we're plugging away.
Yeah, well, pass on our thanks. We appreciate all the hard work and thanks for filling us in. Any questions for Mike, Council? Councilor Bailey?
Thank you. Appreciate the response.
Councilor Bailey?
Just have a question. Type of trees. We, long time ago on our bus tour, we acknowledged a lot of dead ash. Were a lot of the trees of ash variety, or do you know?
No, all the dead ash are still standing perfectly. It's all the live maples and oaks, willows that took the brunt of the storm.
All righty.
I asked that same thing at the beginning of the meeting while we were waiting for you.
Oh.
So, okay.
Again, I appreciate the shout out, and I will definitely let my employees know. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Schwendinger?
If I could just pass along as well, thanks to the fire department. They received multiple calls right after the storm. We had multiple crews in multiple locations as well, taking care of a number of items with some downed wires and things. And we've received positive feedback from the community for their efforts to it as well too. So I just wanted to acknowledge the work that they had done and the contributions they made along the same lines as Public Works.
That's a good point. Sorry for my oversight on that. I didn't receive emails for that, thanks, but for me, I'm aware they're out, and we definitely appreciate their work, and sometimes maybe even working beyond their scope. So it's a small community, goes back to what I mentioned, that we have great quality employees here, and we did the best we could and it went well. So thank you to the whole organization. Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, on a related matter, Is it possible that the county can open up the waste facility to accept the fallen debris free of charge as they did during the winter storm?
So I emailed Don Kudo about that just at the start of the meeting, and I got a response, and I deleted it by accident. And basically, he says they haven't had any inquiries and from any other member municipalities. So he said Solid Waste Service has not received any calls from residents with this type of request. We've not heard from other municipalities either. Has there been a number of inquiries from Puslin residents? So I haven't had any of those inquiries as of yet, but I also see that a lot of trees are still laying on people's front lawns. They haven't had a chance to get to cleaning them up. So what I would suggest is I'll talk to the county tomorrow when I'm there for the county meeting and see if there's an appetite for that, you know, next week as we start to see the residents cleaning up their trees and see if we receive any calls, unless you had another suggestion on how to deal with it there, Councillor Spoolis.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Can I speak,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Why do we need to wait until people tell us they need to do it when we can see all the trees that are down, and just, can we please ask the county to put it in place in case anybody needs to, and then if nobody takes advantage of it, at least it's there and ready, as opposed to they're ready to take their branches there and then we wait a week to get an answer?
Well, I was going to talk to them tomorrow, but if you want to formally ask them or make a resolution, I'm open to having that tabled right now.
Yeah, if that's what it takes, you'll forgive me. I think waiting to be reactive in something like this never looks good on any of us. And I know I had 4 trees down. I still, you know, I've got lots to clean up still. Others may not have what I have to deal with it. So yeah, I'll make a motion that we request the county to open up the Aberfoyle waste transfer facility to branches as requested by Councillor Saboulis, and for, you know, a week or two, and then go back to whatever the policy is. But we did get hit. We had some roads closed down here. Ellis Road was closed. 32 was closed. It was pretty bad in sections. So.
I'll take Councillor Spoolis as a seconder.
Yes, I second it, and if it gets approved, I ask the staff to put it on our website.
Yeah, okay. Any comments, Councillor Goida?
No, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, in favor?
In favor, yep.
Councillor Spoolis?
In favor?
Yeah, Councillor Bailey?
I'm in favor. Good idea.
Councillor Bummer?
In favor.
Staff could send that out ASAP so that I can talk to them, county staff, tomorrow. I'll bring it up somehow in the agenda or something. All right. Any council reports from members of council? Ms. Whitebox, you have a resolution, please, for that?
The council received the mayor and council member updates for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoolis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All in favor? Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis?
Favor?
Councillor Bailey?
Favor?
And Councillor Bummer.
In favor.
All right, bylaws, Ms. White Fox.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-020 being a bylaw to provide for the levy and collection of property taxes for the 2022 taxation year. And bylaw number 2022-021 being a bylaw to delegate authority to the clerk to authorize relief from the township sign bylaw 09-91 to permit the temporary installation of cycling event directional and advertising signage on township highways.
Excellent. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoolis, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spoolis?
In favor?
Councillor Bailey?
In favor?
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
I don't believe we have a closed session, do we, Ms. White Fox?
Not today, nope.
Any business arising from that closed session we didn't have? Nope. Notice of motion. I think I'm so hilarious. Nobody thinks I'm funny. Any notice of motion? No? Announcements. Anyone? Chicken dinners this Sunday, right, Councilor Ballmer?
That's correct. Hope you got your tickets. I got mine from the Ag Society.
I got 4. I need a 5th. I called Barb yesterday. So that's 5 and 6 p.m. this Sunday. Where are they handing it out, Councilor Ballmer?
Duff's.
Duff's
Yeah.
again?
Bike rodeo
good to know.
Saturday.
Any other announcements? Oh, bike rodeo Saturday,
9 to
lacrosse
12.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's
Yeah.
gonna be awesome. All right, anything else for announcements? All right, confirmatory bylaw, Ms. Whitebox.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-022 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Plissland at its meeting held on the 25th day of May 2022.
We have a mover for that, Councilor Bailey,
Sure.
second, Councilor Goida.
Yep,
All in favor, Councilor Goida,
yep, in favor.
Councilor Spoulos,
In favor.
Councilor Bailey,
Favor.
and Councilor Ballmer.
In favor.
And adjournment.
That council hereby adjourns at 2:53 p.m.
Mover, please, Councilor Spoulos. Seconded by Councilor Goida. All in
Yep.
favor, Goida,
In favor.
Councilor Spoulos,
Favor.
Councilor Bailey,
Favor.
and Councilor Ballmer.
In favor.
Goodbye.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your day.